never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Just like that, here we go. Rolling into a Wednesday. Rolling. Well, hope your week's rolling well. We've got another great night, weather-wise. Moving freight around the country. Radar loading up here. I mean, there's not much to really talk about. Got some rain in Florida, southern half of the state tonight. Same front we were looking at 24 hours ago up in the Big Bend area. Everything's kind of shifted now further south from, say, just south of Jacksonville down to Orlando, pretty much crossing the state from west to east. Scattered showers, not quite down to the Miami, Fort Lauderdale region. Could see some rain pushing through there overnight, though, as there is more precip offshore out there in the Gulf. Meanwhile, we look a bit further to the north. Looks like maybe that would be our next Alberta Clipper. Diving into parts of northern Minnesota, heading over toward Wisconsin. It's not a whole lot of moisture for that system to work with. That's kind of what we're going to be dealing with through most of the rest of this week. It's just these rounds of quick-hitting snowstorms, a.k.a. Alberta Clippers, taking aim at the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and the Northeast. Next Clipper we're watching. All right, it's going to arrive later on through the overnight hours, Tuesday night, lasting through the day, Wednesday into Thursday. As it progresses eastward, it's going to bring some snow to nearly a dozen states in the Midwest and the Northeast. Snow with this system relatively light, as I mentioned, across the Northeast, mainly in the form of snow showers, a general 1 to maybe 3 inches from northern Ohio to western New York. And in areas east of the Great Lakes, you could see a bit more. Some lake effect snow will result in higher totals in northwestern Michigan. After our big storm over the weekend, widespread, long-lasting impacts. These quick-hitting storms are maybe looked at as even a bit of a reprieve of sorts. Fortunately, these Clipper systems appear to be going to stay well north of those areas that saw the significant icing event. We are finally seeing some melting taking place here in the Ohio Valley. Temperatures have warmed up. If my thermometer is correct, we're at 42 degrees outside the secret bunker right now. Step outdoors and you can hear the drip, drip, drip. Major cities along the I-95 corridor likely won't receive anything from this next Clipper. Not going to be out of the woods yet when it comes to wintry weather this week. Another Clipper going to be pushing in by this weekend. The storm track seems to favor these fast-moving, less powerful systems right now. Even though the highly populated areas in the Northeast will not see snow, these storms are going to kind of drag temperatures down a bit below average across parts of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and the interior Northeast. As these fast-moving Clippers race across the Great Lakes into New England, each passing storm brings along with it a reinforcing shot of cold air for the upper Midwest and into the Northeast. So many areas are going to remain quite chilly this week. Not only will the mercury be at shiver-worthy levels, gusty winds will make it feel even colder with the wind chill factors. You're going to have to continue cranking up the heat as February trudges on, according to our friends at AccuWeather. Now, meanwhile, we touched on it last evening. Another 24 hours has passed. Still several days away, but forecasters are keeping a close eye on the next Arctic air mass with, again, the potential of a winter storm along the East Coast later this weekend. Just in time for some folks on Valentine's Day. Now, before that next wave of cold air arrives, conditions are going to be rather mild across the region. Highs are going to be climbing into the 50s along the Atlantic seaboard. We'll be talking 30s and 40s over the Appalachians in the Northeast, Friday into Saturday. So a good 10 to 20 degrees above average there. Now, even though the anticipated cold is going to fall short of recent Arctic blasts, the dramatic change, it's going to kind of add to the shock value with this burst of wintry weather. So that transition to colder weather may set the stage for a storm to develop, strengthen, then attempt that northward turn along the western Atlantic later this week. Actually, in the weekend into Monday, which, by the way, is Valentine's Day. Super Bowl Sunday leads into Valentine's Day Monday. The antennas are still up for an East Coast storm Sunday and Monday. Not yet certain how far to the north the wintry precip will spread. The precise track of the storm, that's going to determine where the snow falls. All we have to do is look back at last week with each passing day. Remember the model runs depicting incredible snows here, then it would shift 100 miles further south with the next model, and back and forth they went. And when all was said and done, even as the storm was unfolding, the forecasts were changing. As I mentioned, right here for the Cincinnati metro area, they were talking about accumulating ice and then heavy snow. We were supposed to transition to a 4 to 6 inch snowfall. Well, the changeover to snow was much later than anticipated. We ended up with probably close to 2 inches of sleet, which that's a whole lot better than the freezing rain. So ultimately, we didn't see a lot of issues with power outages, but that ice accretion on everything still, many of the side roads, driveways, and whatnot, it's the kind of stuff you can't get a shovel underneath to try and move the stuff away. All right, there's a disturbance in the southern jet stream that's going to remain separate from the northern branch behind this cold. That's going to be the feature to watch for the development of a storm system. With enough separation from those two features, there's room for the southern system to strengthen and allow a storm to track further north than would occur in a typical progressive pattern. They kind of break down what a progressive pattern is. I'm not going to bore you with all that. And the differentiation between a close-to-the-coast storm versus a further offshore track, which is going to determine who sees what. The pattern has the look like a banana-shaped area of high pressure that may form with the cold air from northern New England to the western Gulf Coast. That's the classic setup for wintry precipitation to occur somewhere in the east, even if the snow potential is even limited to a smaller area. Now, the Arctic air, that comes in regardless of how this storm behaves. Just another reminder, winter is not over yet, kind of falling in line with Punxsutawney Phil's forecast of 6 more weeks of winter. They're on Groundhog Day. Now, despite the reality check, the air mass not going to be as cold as we've already seen, and it's only going to probably last a day or two rather than several days or weeks in some cases. This may be, very well, may be the last significant dose of Arctic air for Texas in the southern plains this winter. How about that? Maybe a little light at the end of the tunnel? Meanwhile, additional waves will continue to sweep from the north-central states to the northeast, but the temperature pattern, you'll begin to see more of the ups and downs rather than days on end of just cold temperatures. The long-range forecast team expects the cold air to ease up across the eastern two-thirds of the country here in late February, and they're talking about the potential for a rather significant warming in the month of March. The risk of significant winter storms, that's not going to be over. Pockets of cold air can still meet up with the storms, producing some snow. But gradually, the storms, the precip, as far as snow's concerned, will continue to creep further and further northward. So, again, a very quiet night for moving freight around the country. Take advantage of that. Many of you are playing catch-up after so many things were shut down with the big storm late last week and through the weekend. Now, of course, coming up this weekend, Super Bowl weekend. Have you placed your wagers yet? I've got the story here where, according to the headline, this may be a record-breaking Super Bowl as far as sports betting is concerned. The big, bold headline, biggest bet in history, 31.5 million Americans planning to gamble on the Super Bowl this weekend. We'll give you more on that coming up here, but meanwhile, with all the cold and wintry precip we'll be talking about through the weekend in the east, much warmer temperatures have been pushing into the west. Matter of fact, a A rare wintertime heat advisory has been issued for California, the first time in 16 years, ahead of what could be a record high temperature at Super Bowl, as things kick off at 3 p.m. local time Sunday. Right about game time Sunday, the heat index could be close to 90 degrees at SoFi Stadium. So the players and the fans inside the stadium likely will not feel the full force of the heat outside the stadium, as it's kind of built as an indoor-outdoor arena. They're able to maintain a controlled temperature inside the venue. But the National Weather Service this past day issued a heat advisory for the second half of this week along the Los Angeles coast and the coastal valleys. Despite the fact that the calendar reads early February, you're looking at record temperatures ranging from 85 to 90 starting today through Sunday. High temperatures in LA this time of year would typically be in the middle 60s. Now, this is the first heat-related product, watch, warning, or advisory we've issued in the month of February, going back to at least 2006, says the National Weather Service. Monday, the National Weather Service had issued an excessive heat watch for the same areas, the first excessive heat watch issued in California between the months of November and March. There's a branch of Iowa State University that has the archives with the weather data. It was later replaced by the advisory. The excessive heat watch was replaced by the heat advisory that extends into Super Bowl Sunday. The National Weather Service out west, they kind of changed the thresholds for issuing heat-related advisories back in 2017. So the record high for February 13, downtown L.A. is 90 degrees. Set in 1985, they've also hit the 90-degree mark more than a dozen times in the month of February. Matter of fact, the all-time high for the month of February, 95 degrees. February 20th, 1995. So obviously, warmer weather. It's not uncharacteristic for Southern California. Temperatures, though, will be running 15 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Many people may not be acclimated to this kind of heat right now. So heat stress, dehydration, those sort of things may impact people a bit more quickly. And, of course, keep in mind, there's people coming from all around the country where it's very, very cold right now, and they're going to be kind of like, wow, heat shock. But, of course, you've got the L.A. Rams facing the Cincinnati Bengals, SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles. AccuWeather currently forecasting a high of 83 degrees around kickoff time. So the record high temperature outside during Super Bowl days is 82 degrees. This will be the 13th Super Bowl played in the state of California, the 8th Super Bowl to be played at Los Angeles. They have hosted the third highest number of Super Bowls, just behind Miami and New Orleans. And with few exceptions, the Super Bowl has usually been played in locations with mild temperatures this time of year. But the colder games, oftentimes taking place in domed stadiums. But going to be warm there in California. A lot of folks, of course, gather for the big festivities, the big party atmosphere taking place outside the stadium. Of course, for the same reason, many people can't afford the price of a ticket to get into the darn stadium. We talked about that last week. I mean, ticket prices, some of the cheaper seats, close to $6,000, leading all the way up to the VIP sections with $65,000 a ticket. All right, hello to Buckeye Boy checking in this morning out in Sandy, Utah. 34 degrees. I'll be loading in the morning, so I'm going to hit the sack and catch the podcast. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. It's been that proverbial trip from hell for Buckeye Boy. And a real hit in the wallet also. Deborah checks in. Morning, Steve. It's a bit warmer here in Indy. 41 degrees tonight. Continuing to pray for Pappy's daughter. Sending some love out to all the truckers out there, especially my special trucker, Everybody be safe out there. Well, speaking of Pappy, there he's the next one that posted there. Best trucking show with the best show in the business. Believe that? Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers and the best fans, callers, and listeners out there. God love you all like family. I spoke to Pappy here a little bit earlier. He gave me a ring up for kind of an update. Well, when you're trying to, I guess, wean someone off a ventilator, it's a gradual process, and they get down to the point where they pretty much have the ventilator not really doing anything to help you breathe. That's kind of a test, I guess. And when they tried to get her down to that level this past day, I guess she didn't do all that well. So, I don't know, call it a little bit of a setback. They're going to try again maybe later here on Wednesday. Again, another test. And based on the results there, it's one step at a time. That's the way Pappy explained. Everything is one day at a time, one step at a time. There's still a lot of unknowns there, but gradual forward progress, which is a good thing. All right, Zorro. Yeah, what he said, referring to Pappy. Yeah, thanks, Joe, for the higher gas prices. Let's go, Brandon. Okay, Buster Brown. Give, send, go for our Canadian brothers and sisters. If you're not familiar, that's with the whole debacle with GoFundMe, not going to offer the millions of dollars in donations for the truckers there in Canada. The alternative that they set up is now a website called Give, Send, Go. And that's also garnering big-time donations. I have no idea. At one point, I think in 24 hours, they got like $1.5 million. It's crazy. Hey there, Colton is on board tonight. Almost time for you to go back to school, ain't it? Hope you've been enjoying your time off there. I guess he's probably been having to do the remote learning thing, school from home, while he's on the COVID quarantine. Little rain here at Cape Canaveral. Robert checking in. We've got 52 degrees. Hello to Tank, morning from New Mexico. Happy Hump Day, everybody. 33 here west of Albuquerque. Headed back east toward the home 20. Truck safe. Have a great day. All right. Shadow Artist checking in from Brooksville, Kentucky. 39 degrees. Humidity like 62%. Not too bad out there tonight. Eskimo Mom, I think this is her first night back, right? Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day. My week is just starting, though. Uh-oh. And it's starting rough. My truck's in the chop, so I have a day cab. Oh, my. What a great way to come back to start a new week there, Eskimo Mom. Let's see. Richard says, morning from Central Florida, 51 degrees. Hello, Steve. And hello, Colton. Yeah, Colton's out there. Lori, morning, Steve, and everyone out there. 21 here in Buffalo, New York. Yeah, no break from the cold here just yet, but everybody be safe out there on the big road. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. I'm just scrolling down. All right, there's the truck in Chippewa checking in from Rigby, Idaho. Hey, Mike. Hello from Minneapolis. There's the DTS guy. 007 on board from Rochelle, Illinois at the Petro truck stop tonight there. And James D., morning Steve, 45 here in Oklahoma, heading to California with a load of bees. Keep that truck upright, James. It's a mess when you tip that trailer over. Everybody truck safe out there. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Welcome into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and welcome to our friends from, TNCradio.live. TNC, Truckers News Channel. TNCradio.live. Great to have you with us as we roll into Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, for all the listening friends out there over the years, he doesn't call all that often. Every once in a blue moon, we'll hear from Chihuahua, or Chihuahua, as I dubbed him. But I saw he posted here about an hour ago, social media, to send out a prayer for Chihuahua. Going back last Friday, he said, I called 911 on myself, and I rode in an ambulance for the first time in my life. Not a lot of fun, chest pains. They took me to Pershing Hospital in Brookfield. Then I was transferred to Boone County and Columbia to the ICU with a heart rate of 140 to 150. I mean, the normal's like 70. Anyway, Sunday it was down to 98, so they moved me to a room in the cardiac ward. They found one blood clot in each leg. They thought I may have had one in my lungs, but turns out that was wrong. I guess thank goodness, right? Then Monday, let's just throw more fuel on the fire. I had my first gout attack in like 5 years, and it hit both feet at the same time for the first time. Did a stress test today. Don't know the results yet. Anyway, heart rate was down to 89, and then dealing with issues at the home, 20, trying to get somebody to take care of his 2 10-month-old puppies and all that. So get well soon, Chihuahua, so you can get back out there on the road. Hope everything comes out well. And looking at 26 past the hour. Let's say hello to you. I think that is young Colton on the line. Hi there, Colton.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
So did you ever really get sick from your COVID or just spending all this time at home?
I did come out with COVID, but I completely feel fine.
Okay, so you didn't really get bad sick or anything. So have they had you doing like remote learning, learning from home? Have you been having to do your schoolwork?
Yeah, I have been needing to do my schoolwork online.
Online learning. Okay, so that's always a lot of fun. But so when do you get to go back to class in person?
On Thursday, I get to go back.
So you got one more day. This is kind of like, I guess that means this is your last night staying up late and listening into the overnight drive, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I see you on the chat board chatting with all the drivers out there, and yeah, they always love chatting with you, Colton.
I know that.
So when's the next time you get to take a road trip out there with Dad? Anything on the calendar soon?
I think around like the end of school, then I probably get to. I don't know yet.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to finish up the school year. That's probably not till like early June, typically, I guess. But all right. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you never really got sick. When I got the COVID, I felt like crap for a couple of days and then had the runny nose and the congestion and all that for about a week. But I survived. I got over it. Everybody else in the family avoided it? Its mom and dad got sick, or are they still okay?
Mom and Dad are fine, except me.
Everybody but you. All right. Well, I'm glad Mom and Dad didn't get sick. That's a good thing. But well, Colton, it's great to hear from you, and I'm glad you're doing all right. And I guess next time you have some nights off, you'll be checking in with the listening friends out there in the trucking world.
Yep.
And tell Dad everybody says hello.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for checking in. There's young Colton this morning. All right. News break just ahead. Several cows dead after a livestock hauler overturned in San Antone Monday night. About 10 o'clock in the evening, southbound I-37 and westbound I-10, the interchange there in San Antone. According to the local Fox affiliate, the 54-year-old truck driver told officers that his gears locked up as he took the exit, causing him to overturn. Driver suffered minor injuries and was checked out by paramedics before being released. Just a scratch on the forehead, but yeah, several cows were killed in the accident. Not clear how many. No citations were issued to the driver. And hope that wasn't our good friend Lauren Weiss, two-time champion bull hauler out there. All right. It is 844-844-3388. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I propose these recent bills.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is facing pressure to lift federal COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates after several Democratic-led states announced they'll begin rolling back restrictions. The Daily Mail reported the Democratic governors of California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mask mandates indoors and/or in schools later this month or next. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
It's really fantastic. I'm pretty active sports-wise, and no muscle strains. I get up in the morning, no stiff back, nothing. I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take a mega dose. Next day, it's gone. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced that it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, welcome back. It is 844-844-3388 as we get things underway here on a Wednesday. Pappy chiming in. That's just not right, Pappy. As far as the cow crash, we know it's not monkey grounger because he's been hauling cow manure for the past 10 years. Oh boy. We shared the story the other night about some furniture mogul guy that I guess he's known in the gambling world, but he placed like a $4.5 million bet on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. I think they were alluding to that maybe the largest online wager in Super Bowl history. And he's not alone. 31.5 million Americans plan to bet on the Super Bowl this year. That's the estimates released this past day by the gambling industry's national trade group, they say. The American Gaming Association forecast over $7.6 billion will be wagered on the big game Sunday. Both the number of people planning to bet and the estimated amount of money are up big time. The number of people up 35% from last year, the amount of money up 78% from last year. Those are both new records, they say. Now, bettors include people making casual wagers with friends or relatives, people entering the office pools, wagers with licensed sports books, and bets placed with illegal bookmakers. Americans have never been more interested in legal sports wagering, according to the group's president and CEO. We've seen the growth of legal options around the country to not only protect fans and the integrity of games and bets, but also puts illegal operators on notice that their time is limited. When the Rams and the Bengals begin the game Sunday evening in the Rams' home stadium, 30 states plus Washington, D.C. will be offering legal gambling. Since last year's game, 45 million additional people will be able to bet on the Super Bowl because their states have legalized sports betting over the past year. Arizona, Connecticut, Louisiana, Maryland, North Carolina, North and South Dakota, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. They are predicting 18.2 million American adults will place traditional sports wagers online at a retail sports book or with a bookie. Again, up 78% from last year. 18.5 million will bet casually with friends or part of a pool or squares contest. And there is some overlap among those two groups. 76% of people say it's important for themselves to bet through a legal operator. 55% plan to bet on the Rams. 45% backing the Bengals. That kind of contradicts the numbers, the data from numerous individual legal sports books that are showing more bets and total money have been wagered on Cincinnati thus far. FanDuel, the official odds provider for the Associated Press, said 59% of spread bets are on Cincinnati to cover the 4-point spread as the underdog. Among moneyline bets that do not involve a points spread, 76% of bets predict the Bengals will win the game outright. Other sports books predicting similar breakdowns on bets that they've received so far. The Super Bowl is also one of the most perilous times of year for people with gambling problems. And I guess there's a lot of people out there, gambling addicts and whatnot. So those are big numbers, though. 76%, that's pretty big, wagering on the Bengals to win their first ever Super Bowl. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Jump on in here as we get things underway. I had several listening friends, including just a few minutes ago. Scotty sent me the story about SpaceX, Elon Musk's internet service Starlink. Just got dealt a rather expensive blow. According to the report, they're estimating that 40 of the 49 Starlink satellites that they launched on February 3rd will be destroyed because of a geomagnetic storm. The storm caused up to 50% higher drag than during previous launches, keeping the deployed satellites from reaching their proper orbit around the Earth. While Starlink tried to fly them what they call edge on, kind of like a sheet of paper to reduce the drag, it looks like as many as 40 of them are going to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere rather than reaching their destinations. Now, they had just recently crossed the 2,000 satellite launch milestone. They've got plans to launch 12,000, if not more, many more. So losing 40 might not seem like such a huge deal in the grand scheme of things. Still, that's the vast majority of an entire Falcon 9 rocket Starlink launch capacity burning up in the atmosphere. Now, here's the SpaceX blog post, which states February 3rd, 1:13 p.m. Eastern. Falcon 9 launched 49 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. Complex 39A there at the Cape Kennedy Center in Florida. Falcon 9's second stage deployed the satellites into their intended orbit with a perigee of about 210 kilometers above the Earth. Each satellite achieved controlled flight. Of course, they deploy their satellites into those lower orbits so that in the very rare case any satellite doesn't pass the initial system checkouts, they can quickly be deorbited by atmospheric drag. Now, while the low deployment altitude requires more capable satellites at a considerable cost to us, it's the right thing to do to maintain and sustain space environment. Unfortunately, the satellites deployed on Thursday were significantly impacted by a geomagnetic storm on Friday. These storms caused the atmosphere to warm, and atmospheric density at these low deployment altitudes increase. In fact, onboard GPS suggests the escalation speed and severity of the storm caused that atmospheric drag to increase up to 50% higher than, I guess, what would be a normal launch. The Starlink team commands the satellites into a safe mode where they could fly, again, like a sheet of paper, trying to minimize the drag to take cover from the storm. We continue to work closely with the Space Force's 18th Space Control Squadron and LEO Labs to get updates on the satellites based on ground radars. Preliminary analysis showed the increased drag prevented the satellites from leaving their safe mode to begin their orbit-raising maneuvers. Up to 40 of the satellites will re-enter or may have already re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. Now, it says the deorbiting satellites pose zero collision risk with other satellites and, by design, reach demise upon atmospheric re-entry, meaning no orbital debris will be created. No parts of these satellites will reach the ground. But this unique situation demonstrates the great lengths that the Starlink team has gone to ensure this system is on the leading edge of on-orbit debris mitigation. These things are very small satellites to begin with. Memory serves something like maybe a lunchbox size, very small, but so I guess that's a very costly setback. 40 of those satellites burning up. So I guess if you're actually out there somewhere and you see a pretty good shooting star, it could be one of those Starlink satellites re-entering the atmosphere out there. All right, underway here. Wednesday coming on, Hope Day, as we like to refer to it. Hey, Mike, lots to cover. Got the latest. What's going on with the Canadian convoy? Things continue to escalate north of the border. And we do see the Ambassador Bridge had reopened to U.S.-bound traffic, as we're now apparently looking at backups at the Blue Water Bridge. What is the latest? We'll give you more coming up right after this. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who else checks in here this Wednesday morning? Top of the morning, there's Santa Claus dropping off at, Tehachapi. Headed to an Air Force base in southeast Arizona. We've got 50 degrees here. Morning, Santa Claus. 25 degrees in Rigby, Idaho at this hour. Hello to Meade. All right, Martin checking in. Morning from Lima, Ohio, Steve. I'm listening in, but I actually hung up the keys in 2016. Hope you're enjoying that retirement from trucking there, Martin. All right, he said it's good to hear you on Hot Shots Secrets. Good to have you listening in. Scott says 28 degrees in Hammondsville, Ohio at this hour. And hello to Mr. Q. Morning, everybody. Good to have you on board. There's Marianne. Hi there, Marianne. Morning, Steve. Morning to all the listeners out there. Dan just said we got 35 degrees over here by Deer Lodge, Montana this morning. Listening friends from all over the country out there. Good to have you on board. So it's a Wednesday for our friends, our new friends out there joining us via tncradio.live this week, where we debuted on that channel Monday morning. Here's Wednesdays when we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Stick around on tncradio.live. You'll catch last night's encore of Taillights with Ice Road trucker Alex Degorski. Remember him? After which you'll hear Shelley and Kathy with Women Road Warriors via tncradio.live. Here's the latest on the Ambassador Bridge, the Canadian border. Things are still quite the mess. The Ambassador Bridge reopened to U.S.-bound traffic after the protest had actually shut things down both directions for nearly a day. According to Windsor Police, traffic from the U.S. to Canada still remained blocked Tuesday night. Now, that after the protest against the mandates, as we well know, and restrictions in Canada spread Monday across the Canadian border with the U.S., sparking traffic delays. The traffic blocking convoy, the first sign that demonstrations could affect the United States. So many drivers were opting for the Blue Water Bridge, which was experiencing, and I guess continues, backups because of the heavy traffic. Traffic cameras are showing trucks backed up for miles, according to this report. The backups at the Ambassador Bridge, touted as the nation's busiest international border crossing, sparking concerns among transportation leaders about the impact to the supply chain and staffing shortages on Michigan businesses that rely on those transported goods. Any delay or disruption in the supply chain obviously creates problems, not just for agriculture, but the state economy, according to the Michigan Agribusiness Association. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, they represent the Detroit three automakers, the big three, calling for an end to the protest, citing their effect on the country's economy. Auto production relies on, now we've talked about this for years. Yeah, most of this auto stuff went to the just-in-time system years and years ago. I don't know that any of that's changed. We rely on the efficient supply chain for delivery of parts, components, and vehicles. Persistent delays at the Ambassador Bridge risks disrupting automobile production that employs tens of thousands of Canadians. The bridge's owner, kind of echoing those claims, we encourage the appropriate officials to take prompt action to alleviate this situation as quickly as possible in a manner that reflects mutual respect. International commerce needs to resume. The Ambassador Bridge and the Morum family sympathize with truck drivers and those caught up in this blockade. The St. Clair County Sheriff said this past day that truckers who were unable to travel from the U.S. to Canada via the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit because of the protest headed to the Blue Water Bridge. All right, by the time the sun went down this past evening, the Ambassador Bridge on the Canadian side remained closed, even as authorities announced Tuesday morning that the U.S. side had opened to U.S.-bound travel. The Canadian government said the delay for commercial traffic to cross between Sarnia and Port Huron was more than 3 hours as of 6:30 this past evening. Again, St. Clair County Sheriff urging motorists to avoid eastbound I-94 and eastbound Interstate 69 in the Port Huron area due to traffic backups and try to use the surface streets. All right. Several people involved in the protest yesterday in Canada said the demonstrations have expanded from its original purpose, opposing mandates for cross-border truck drivers, and where they're in opposition to all vaccine mandates. According to the Windsor Star, it says, I lost my job as a result of mandates, and I think you'll find that there are a number of people who have lost their job because of mandates. This woman, Vicky, chose not to be vaccinated because she had family members, she says, that were already adversely affected by vaccines. That's the number one reason this is all going on. In other words, they're admitting there's many more people, not just the trucking community, that have joined in this. People have just had enough of mandates. Protesters have said they will not leave until these restrictions are lifted. They're also calling for the removal of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government. Yeah, though it's responsible for few of these restrictive measures, most of these were put in place by provincial governments. Now, Trudeau backs the demonstrators' right to protest, but not to disrupt daily activity. Yes, Canadians, you have the right to protest, to disagree with your government, to make your voices heard. We will always protect that right, but let's be clear. They don't have the right to blockade our economy or our democracy or fellow citizens' daily lives. They go into the whole background. We know the rest of how this is all unfolded. Canada government officials Bill Blair, president of the Queen's Privacy Council for Canada, Tuesday addressing the issue during a virtual news conference. This Ambassador Bridge is a vital artery for goods and services. It's imperative that we keep traffic on this bridge moving. All right. There are good lines of communication across all levels of government, all levels of the law enforcement. Remember, they had a judge had implemented some sort of a moratorium on trucks blowing their horns there in Ottawa. There was one video that surfaced this past day showing an elderly man. They say he's 78 years old, not even a truck driver, he's just one of the citizens there, in his SUV that was honking his horn in support of the protest. Where you've got Canadian police, you see them going up to his vehicle, ultimately, you getting him out of the vehicle, kind of manhandling this old man. He's like a little 4'8" guy. And some of the protesters, everything caught on video, but I don't know what's going to come of that. But yeah, many of the people there citing shame on law enforcement officers that are going to this level. They're kind of drawing what's taking place there to be akin to almost a communist sort of state, just for honking his horn. All right, we're rolling on top of the hour. We'll get a news update. And we'll check on the phones here. I think they're operational. Our number, 844-844-3388. We did hear from Colton, so they're up and running. Back with the much more to come after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I propose these recent bills.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is facing pressure to lift federal COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates after several Democratic-led states announced they'll begin rolling back restrictions. The Daily Mail reported the Democratic governors of California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mask mandates indoors and/or in schools later this month or next. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
When it comes to returning to the workforce, men outnumber women.
Men 2-to-1 outnumbered women landing a job in America as we near the end of the pandemic. More than 1 million men jumped into the job market last month, coming off unemployment payrolls and either looking for a job or getting a job. That's compared to just 39,000 women, according to just released government data. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is criticizing his own party. McConnell spoke out about the Republican National Committee's censure of two House GOP lawmakers investigating what he calls the violent insurrection on January 6, 2021. McConnell said it's not the party's job to decide whom to support. The RNC last week took a voice vote to approve censuring Representatives Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Adam Kinzinger of Illinois. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The COVID-19 pandemic has led to a smaller bundle of joy in terms of an expected baby bust.
Births in the United States didn't fall as much as expected due to the pandemic, according to CDC data. The United States saw roughly 7,000 fewer births through the first 9 months of 2021 compared with the same period the year prior, according to provisional data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Health Statistics. The numbers reflect conceptions that occurred roughly from April through December 2020, a period that includes the first part of last winter's COVID-19 case surge, which started in October 2020 and waned by February 2021. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Senator Marsha Blackburn sent a letter to the Department of Health and Human Services on Tuesday expressing what she called grave concerns about the department's program that could reportedly use taxpayer money to distribute crack pipes to drug addicts. The Washington Beacon initially reported on the program, noting the department would prioritize applicants in underserved communities as defined under one of President Biden's executive orders. An HHS spokesperson reportedly told the Beacon the grants would fund smoking kits with pipes for users to smoke crystal meth, crack cocaine, and any illicit substances. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hour number two. As we make our way into the, where are we at, 9th day of February. February 9 of 2022. Hey, we were talking about the warm-up out west as temperatures across much of the west coast continue to rise, potentially breaking records in California. It is a much different story further north in Alaska, thanks to a combination of dangerously low temperatures and bitter winds. Bone-chilling weather has overtaken the last frontier this week. Bettles, Alaska, north-central portion of the state, had a low temperature of 51 below zero Sunday morning. Well below the average of like 15 below for this time of year. During the day, Sunday, the afternoon temperature barely got to 25 below zero. Prudhoe Bay on the northeast coast, similar conditions. Morning low, minus 47, daytime high, 27 below zero. Monday morning, the remote northern town of Deadhorse, 50 below zero with gusty winds. Wind chills 88 below zero. Now, believe it or not, that's not the coldest it's ever felt in Dead Horse. A wind chill of 101 below. January of 1989. Yeah, some of these temperatures, wow, 53 below zero. Howard Pass, home to some of the state's most extreme weather, had a wind chill 91 below zero, just a few degrees away from the unofficial record low wind chill of 100 below. All over the state of Alaska. Further south on Monday, temperatures in Fairbanks struggled to get above zero. Several degrees below zero. Average would be about 8 on the plus side this time of year. Just 400 miles south, Anchorage was actually a couple of degrees above their average, which is in the mid-20s. They get some warmer airflow off the ocean there. But right now, the jet stream is running right through the middle of the state, the polar vortex and the Arctic air that's trapped over northern Alaska, producing these dangerously low temperatures. I mean, it's temperatures that are abnormal, even for one of the coldest parts of the country, they tell us. Looks like Fairbanks and Anchorage both had temperatures close to normal this past day, but the extreme cold will continue right on into the day. In northern portions of the state, highs 25 below zero again today. And we get back to your calls here. On a quiet Wednesday morning, it's 844-844-3388. I kind of figured you'd be trying to get some rest about now. Pappy, how we doing?
Steve, I wasn't going to call in. I don't know if I was ready. I don't know if I can hold it together or not. But, man, after your last little segment there about them cops pulling that driver out for honking his horn, I just felt I had to call in. What are these cops thinking, Steve?
Yep.
Come on, man. Get it together here. What the hell are you doing? You know, if I get a call to a restaurant because they want somebody out of there because they didn't show them the papers, the owner can throw them out. I'm not going to do it, Steve. Call the mayor or the governor, if there's mandates in that city or that state. Call them up. Tell them to come down there and put that person out. And I don't want to hear this. You're just following orders. The Nazi soldiers were just following orders, marching these people to the gas chambers.
And I don't know, you probably haven't seen the video. I know you've been very, very busy with the daughter and all, but there are several, some of the actual protesters, and they've got their cameras running. And, they're questioning, well, what law did he break? What law has he broken? And, the cops are like, well, yeah, there is a law against blowing your horn now.
That's fine, Steve. I don't want to hear it. They can pass all the laws they want. Okay? Laws are passed because certain individuals think it's a good idea. That don't mean that the majority of the people in this country think it's a good idea.
Nope.
All right. With that said, let's stop that there and let me get on to try to get through this. Steve, I can't tell you enough how much your listeners, your callers, you, the show, have meant to me with all the thoughts and prayers for my daughter. Knowing you have this many people around this country pulling for her, Steve, and putting the prayers out for her, I can't tell you how much it means to me, and that's really about all I can say, and I think I'm going to have to get off again and go to bed. All right, so I appreciate it.
Thanks for tuning in a bit, yeah. And everybody's pulling for you. I don't know. You can't probably see. I don't know if you listen, watch on the YouTube or the Facebook or just the app. But you do chime in there on, I think, Facebook. But yeah, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, a lot of people on a regular nightly basis been asking about your daughter, praying for you. So yeah, people out there, it's a family sort of thing. We all become part of a family. It's the way it's been for years with listeners, my audience out there. All right, so we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Still haven't watched any of the Olympic Games, but I'm updating, give you the numbers. Still haven't got a gold. 4 days in, the USA, over 300 medals have already been awarded to participating Olympians. 15 sports, 109 events have already taken place. Yeah, the USA now up to 4 medals. It's 3. I think we added a bronze this past day. So 3 silvers, 1 bronze. Yeah, the United States came into China with the second most Winter Olympics medals, 305. Hasn't been a very good start for Team USA. On the board, though, officially with 4. Okay, it's 4 silvers and 1 bronze. So we added a silver and a bronze this past day. The Russian Olympic Committee right now leads the medal count with 10 total. Sweden leads all nations with 4 gold medals. Yeah, with 5 total team medals. Team USA is tied for 8th with China, Germany, Slovenia, and France. 5 each for those countries. I don't know, struggling a little bit for the 2022 games there in Beijing. Hello, Knucklebuster. How's your week going? Happy hump day.
Thank you. Well, it ain't a happy day for me, but anyway, I'm headed back to the house there. My daughter had surgery today there. She, Tennessee told me she passed out tonight and they had to call the paramedics. So, she's got to be watched 24/7 for the next couple of days. So, just her blood pressure got too low there. So she's going to be all right there. Just make sure you bet some money on Joe Burrow and them Cincinnati Bengals on this Super Bowl. And you know what I read today, Steve?
What's that?
Gronk wants to play alongside this quarterback now that Tom Brady is retired. Have you read that?
I have not seen that,
he
though.
Wants to play for somebody. I'm fixing to send it to you. Who do you think he wants to play with?
Well, I would presume it's Joe Burrow.
You just got it right, buddy.
How about that?
That's who he said he wants. Cincinnati ought to be a hot shot.
Hey, Knucklebuster, I think your headset came unplugged or something there. You just disappeared on us.
So anyway, that's going to be all my old bull on it for this morning.
How many years do you think, how many good years does Gronk have left in him in the NFL? Has he got a few years left?
Oh, yeah, he's got a few years left. He can play as long as he wants to. That man's pretty, he's a big old boy. That's all I can tell you there.
Yep.
He said he liked Joe Burrow swag. So I don't know what swag he is, but anyway.
Swag is
I got
all
these
those
articles you shared if you want to.
Yep, I've got it before me here. Yeah, the swag is all those Super Bowl rings. That's what he likes. Yeah, Gronk wants those Super Bowl rings. 16 past the hour. All right, if Gronkowski wants to continue his NFL career, yes, he'll have to move forward without Brady. He is sure to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He played his entire career with a 7-time Super Bowl champion. That's all the swag. And he has previously said Brady's the only quarterback that he wanted to play alongside. But he might be having a change of heart. During a question and answer and autograph session, he admitted there's one other QB he'd love to play with. I kind of like this young buck quarterback. He's in the Super Bowl now. It's Joe Burrow. According to Gronkowski this past day, I watched him in college. I love the way he presents himself on the football field, in the pocket. He's just so calm, and he just slings it out on the field. And I love his swag, too. So he's talking about Burrow's swag. I'm not sure. Now, I said, if I had to pick a quarterback, I'd like to be the young buck Joe Burrow. He's killing it right now in the game. Led the Bengals to a 10-7 record, winners for the AFC North. And this Sunday, playing in his first Super Bowl. Now, he's only played 16 regular season games, in 16 games this season, He threw for 4,611 yards, 34 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. But Gronkowski does become an unrestricted free agent, I guess, next month. There will be obviously a handful of teams trying to lure him to their team. Bengals tight end C.J. Uzomah is also expected to be a free agent after the big game, which means there's a real chance Cincinnati may look to sign Gronkowski if it makes sense for both sides. And especially with Gronkowski making it clear he'd love to play with Burrow. So it'll be interesting to see if the Bengals show the same interest in him once that whole free agency thing hits in a few weeks here. How about that? Thanks for the update there, Knucklebuster. Do appreciate. All right, looking at 19 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. We return in 2 here on a Wednesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So looking at some of the dash cam video from This is, let's see, where 94 and 69 meet in Port Huron. There's someone in an automobile going up the right lane, just you filming the trucks, the miles and miles of trucks that are lined up waiting to try to cross that bridge. What a mess. Hey, got one from the email bag. Kid Fox. Hey there, Kid Fox. Hello, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret community. I was listening during the final hour yesterday. I really enjoyed some of the chat about the fast food secrets. Yeah, I myself used to work for Wendy's. I was employed in a couple different stores. Now, I can confirm Wendy's does use their leftover hamburgers for the chili. You know, what a lot of people don't know is there's a process that the meat goes through before going into the chili. To make it simple for the meat to be used in the chili, it's first boiled, 30 minutes to an hour, then drained and rinsed, then chopped before finally being put into the chili, which the chili then cooks for like 4 hours. The hamburgers that they use, yes, they are hamburgers that don't meet up to the quality standards that they require to be served, I guess, on a bun. Like the corners are broken, the burger may be broken in half, things like that. You get the idea. Yes, you mentioned you thought Wendy's pretty much cooks to order. Yes, they do. But sometimes you get a rush, and you'll have to have some extra burgers on hand to meet that demand. And sometimes they have extra hamburger that isn't used. So that's another way they get meat for the chili. So just wanted to chime in. Hope that better explains the whole process of the Wendy's chili meat. Everybody have a good morning. All right. Good to hear from you, Kid Fox. Be safe out there on the road as well. One other tidbit in regards to north of the border. Apparently, it has been suggested, I don't know if they're going to move forward with this, as we know, it seems like each day things are kind of escalating. Trudeau's getting more and more PO'd. Businesses, auto manufacturers, you name it, the disruptions to the supply chain. According to the report from Landline this past day and OOIDA, as the protests continue to escalate this past day, the transport minister is calling for the suspension of commercial licenses. Several media outlets report that protesters impeding access to the busiest international crossing in North America, the Ambassador Bridge. Now, trucks were told to cross at another bridge, of course, about 60 miles away. They go into the whole vaccine mandates. Yeah, we know all that. We know the convoy started. But Canada's transport minister, this guy named Omar Algebra, called on the province to use extensive regulatory powers over commercial trucking to bring an end to the protest and the blockades. Now, he stated, I want to start off by thanking Canadian truckers. They continue to deliver for Canadians during these challenging times. I continue to meet with truckers and various representatives to hear their input. These protests and protesters do not represent Canadian truckers, he says. These blockades and occupations need to end. Unlawful activities, no way to offer meaningful involvement in government policy development. Now, he says here, some of the regulatory actions that could be used to end the blockades include suspending commercial licenses and insurance of commercial owners of the equipment blocking the streets. It is clear blockades of streets and bridges are against the law, and we need to bring serious consequences for the owners of the equipment that are participating in this. So again, the suggestion has been made. I guess it all depends on how long this all continues. They could proceed with that, I suppose. Now, we get back to the calls here. I believe it is it Arthur on the line this morning? Hey there.
Yeah. Good morning. I hear what you're talking about there with these truckers, but these mandates, they're just big government pushing these guys around, and they just want their freedoms, you know.
Absolutely.
But I actually called. I just recently purchased the Shift Restore. Thought to give a good word in for this stuff. Definitely have much better shifts now. It's an older vehicle. I've called before, talked about it. Chevy Equinox 2010 was like 223,000.
Yeah.
Thought it was shifting a little bit sluggish in cold weather, but this stuff woke that up. And then I was talking to my son. He has a GMC Acadia. It was getting a little noisy in the mornings. And I said, well, you know, you could try some of that Stiction Eliminator.
Yeah.
Sure enough, he puts that in there and quiets that up. So I figured I'd just call in, put a good word in for the products, the FR3 and all that. I always try to encourage people. I'm in the store to try that stuff. We get talking with people, but this country, I think we'd be a lot better off if we just give everybody their, right to free speech and their opinions and this stuff. These, like they say, these guys are driving these trucks, getting our goods around, and I think that's what they need to let them do.
Let them make their own decisions, especially when it comes to their health decisions. Yeah,
exactly.
And for these, and not just truck drivers, anyone that has any reservations about getting the COVID vaccine, I mean, this is different. This is a different ball. Right. This is a different ball game. I've had every vaccine I've ever been required to have, required as they say, to go to school and all. I understand a polio vaccine, and I've got my booster for the tetanus and all that. I had to get a, what do they call it, the whooping cough vaccine. I had to get a booster for that for when my granddaughter was born because it's very dangerous for young kids to get that. I get all those proven vaccines. But I'm just one of those, like so many others. Realizing this is different. None of them have ever used the technology that's being used today. And we know factually that, although they tell us it's all been tested, experts all recognize the fact that we don't really know the impact in several years down the line here. And then when they try to tell you, well, you get your first 2 shots, you get your shot and your booster. Yeah, you're good to go. Well, no, you got to get a 3rd shot. You got to get shot number 3 to be considered vaccinated. Now we've got to get shot number 4 to be. Where does it end? That's the question these people are asking. Come on, because you keep changing the narrative. Yeah, you being the medical community continues to move the goalpost, move it back. Let people make their own decisions. And think about the girl that just stated that she has family members who had severe reactions when they took the vaccine. Why would she not be hesitant? You can't blame people. Right there, we'll get a quick timeout, though. Again, plenty of room for you on a Wednesday morning, Quiet Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I propose these recent bills.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is facing pressure to lift federal COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates after several Democratic-led states announced they'll begin rolling back restrictions. The Daily Mail reported the Democratic governors of California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mask mandates indoors and/or in schools later this month or next. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
When it comes to returning to the workforce, men outnumber women.
Men 2-1 outnumbered women landing a job in America as we near the end of the pandemic. More than 1 million men jumped into the job market last month, coming off unemployment payrolls and either looking for a job or getting a job. That's compared to just 39,000 women, according to just released government data. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is criticizing his own party. McConnell spoke out about the Republican National Committee's censure of 2 House GOP lawmakers investigating what he calls the violent insurrection on January 6, 2021. McConnell said it's not the party's job to decide whom to support. The RNC last week took a voice vote to approve censuring Representatives Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Adam Kinzinger of Illinois.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back here on a Wednesday morning, already midweek. So, hey, coming up Friday morning, I don't think I even mentioned it. Chris Gabrelchik was slated to join us this Friday morning after, of course, I was out of town last Friday. But he's got prior engagements. So, Kyle's going to fill in for Chris. Kyle Fisher will be joining us as our special guest coming up this Friday morning for our monthly Hot Shot Secret Special Edition. Now, he's up to snuff. He can answer pretty much any questions that anyone would have in regards to all the various products. He knows his stuff inside and out. The only thing he would have to divert to Chris or pass on would be some of those tribology questions. He's not a tribologist. But, hey, we can talk about, it's kind of like the off season right now, but undoubtedly, I plan to get updates from Kyle on the upcoming season for race sponsorships, how things may be expanding this upcoming year, what may be on the slate. Will the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 have a chance of maybe breaking into the threes once again? Already the world's fastest diesel. And talk a bit about, of course, they got into the tractor pulling, sponsoring some of the tractor pulling, which Josh is really he's the guy that loves the tractor pulling, worked in the tractor pulling biz before coming on board with Hot Shot Secret here a couple of years ago. But, all kind of fun things we can talk about coming up this Friday morning. So I hope you'll join us. Hey, only a couple of days left. I'm looking at my notes here. Some of the Hot Shot Secret promotions going at retail outlets. For the everyday listener that doesn't necessarily drive a truck for a living and maybe wants to pick up a bottle of Stiction Eliminator, AutoZone for the next few days, I think through February the 12th, AutoZone's got $5 off the 64-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator at those outlets. And, of course, for the truckers out there, Hot Shot Secret's number one selling additive is the Stiction Eliminator. You can find that at Travel Centers of America, Petro Stopping Centers all around the country, nationwide. So, make your engine run better with the money-back guarantee. Grab a bottle of Stiction Eliminator today. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Mike. Mike.
Hey, morning, Your Honor.
What's going on?
Yeah, I guess. I heard you say something about Wednesday, so I'm assuming it must be the time of the week for me to call in and do. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
I have no idea. Oh, that's what it says on the screen. I have no clue. It's hump day. Yeah, what's going on, hump day?
Yeah, so now from the time I started Sunday to now, I barely know the difference from day to light to dark to night, and what day. I don't know. I just keep writing numbers down on my papers, and nobody's yelled at me yet, so I must be doing all right. But anyways, now we've been pretty busy here, so starting to run into a couple locations that have some issues. Actually, up there in eastern New York, upstate New York, outside Albany, they have rumors up there coming back to us that they're sitting in line up there for 40, 50 trucks in a row, waiting to get into the racks to get propane loaded. So
now, what kind of time is that going to take? I mean, it's not like it's just a quick 2-minute transition, is it?
No. When you get on, it's up. I believe up there it's about a half hour per truck. So and I think they have. I'm not sure if that location has 2 or 4 racks, but anyways, you can load 4 trucks an hour at 2 racks. So I mean, figure that out. 4 trucks an hour to go to 40 trucks. That's 10 hours.
You could spend your whole day sitting there.
Break. Absolutely. And the worst part about it is that you don't get rest while you're doing that, because every half hour you got to move up. You're sitting in line. You got to move up. So you set your alarm clock there for about 25 minutes. Wake yourself back up to move up and 1 truck length, and then take another nap for another 25 minutes or so.
Wow.
But anyways, hey, you talk about the fast food business there. One of my first careers in the transportation industry, I was delivering to Wendy's, and it was one of the chains we delivered to. And the other thing about their beef is, we've talked about. You said that it's all fresh, and it is. It's in boxes and plastic wrapped, and cut all into squares and wrapped in plastic and in the boxes. And I'll tell you what, some of those boxes can bleed. You'd end up with meat juice on you, good fresh meat juice. But the other thing is being fresh, all that meat is dated. You have the expiration date on it. So if they have any cases that are getting close to their expiration date, they also cook them up for the chili. But the big burgers, at least what we delivered, the big burgers there, they came in 40-pound cases, and the junior burgers, the small burgers, I think they were 20 or 25-pound cases. But you ended up, and I don't know what I think there was 2 sleeves in each of the cases there. So, once you opened the sleeve up, you had your uncooked fresh meat that was, waiting to be used. Yeah. So pretty much at the end of the day, whatever they had opened out of the sleeves, out of those cases there, they pretty much cooked up for their chili that I know of, the stores I delivered to. So, but it was an interesting experience. But I'll tell you what, after a while, it delivered to them. It was about 3 years before I even wanted to see another Wendy's burger or fry. Or about the only thing I still cared for out of Wendy's was the Frosties. But I'll tell you what, they're another joyous thing to have. They're in about I forget, they were somewhere like a 40 or 50-pound box with a big bag in it that had liquid Frosty in it that was kept refrigerated. I tell you what, you have one of them break, boy, your night just went all the crap after that, because you were just wearing Frosty, sticky, nasty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, there. So in the mail today, we received our COVID test kits. So of course, the first thing I had to do was turn the box over, and
Made in China.
Actually, the first thing was when we opened the package, wife's like, how come we only got 2? I'm like, well, there's 2 boxes. She says, yeah, we were supposed to get 4. I said, well, there's 2 boxes and there's 2 kits in each box.
Yep.
He says, no, we're supposed to get 4. I'm like, no,
Yes,
you
4
got your
tests.
4. You only
4
get 2
tests.
boxes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of people out there that are getting the shock that, thought they were getting 4 boxes of, 2 kits apiece, and now they aren't getting what they thought they were gonna. But I guess that'll work out. But as I said, the first thing I had to do is I had to turn the box over and check out the little information corner down there, and it said that the test card and the reactant was made in the USA, and the swab came from Thailand. But it didn't say where everything. Yep, Thailand. Yep. So, but it didn't say where everything got put together or packaged or anything like that. It just said that the reactant and the test strip was made in the USA, and the cotton swab on the wooden stick came from Thailand. And I don't know if everything came to the United States. The sticks got sent to the United States to get all packaged up, or whether the reactant and the test cards there, test strips, they went somewhere else, to Mexico or China, or who put them all in packages. It didn't say who did the packaging, so I don't know. Can't get any information on that off the box. But I thought that was kind of interesting.
No doubt.
I heard some reports that some of them were coming out of China. So as I say, I did have to check the back of the box to see what it said. So anyways, we put them on the shelf and probably won't ever use them, let them collect dust, and it'll be a total waste of taxpayer money. But maybe some people got good use out of them, I hope.
Just have to wait for the next variant to come around, and they have to wait and find out if the new variant actually is detected by those tests.
Exactly. And then they're going to say it won't be, so you can just leave them on your counter or your shelf and let them collect dust or throw them away or whatever. And as I say, it'll be another. We'll send you new ones. We're going to make new ones, and then we're going to make a new vaccination for the next variant. And then, I don't know, it's just on and on. Is it ever going to end, Your Honor? Are we ever going to find the light at the end of the tunnel and not have it be a train coming at us? I'm thinking not.
I guess it is kind of encouraging to hear that some of these Democrat-led states, California and some of the others, are beginning to lighten up on their mask restrictions and all that stuff. I mean, the numbers are going down. I think the peak of the Omicron wave, it's come, it's passed. Numbers are going down. Hospitals are getting back to normal. So I think that at least with this wave, there's some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, even Delaware. So I guess when Joe Biden goes home every weekend, he can stop wearing his mask there at his beach house. So
yeah, I'm sure he's been wearing that.
When he comes back to Washington, when he comes back to Washington, he'll have to strap it back up there. So anyway, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you, other than the fact that, man, was it slippery this morning at about 5 o'clock, or I guess I should say yesterday morning now, Tuesday morning. About 5 o'clock there, when I just got done talking to you, that pretty much all the moisture we had on the ground there froze over, and they were getting the salt trucks out, but there were a lot of slippery spots yesterday morning there. So
yeah,
I guess everything made out all right. Didn't hear too much about accidents, but you certainly didn't want to go out and try to open your car door or anything like that. Everything was iced right up, froze right over. So it was pretty impressive because it was decently warm all night. The temperature just kind of dropped out there in the last couple hours from about 3 to 5. The temperature just dropped like a rock and froze everything up. So anyways, kind of interesting news from Knucklebuster there about the Gronk. That'd be interesting if he ended up out there with the Bengals. So I don't know. How many? Now, I meant to ask there, Tom Brady there, he had what, 7 Super Bowl wins? Is that what it was?
That's my understanding. 7-time, yeah.
Now, was he in more Super Bowls than that? How many? Did he get to the Super Bowl and not win, or did he win every one he was in?
Oh, I'm not up to speed enough on my Tom Brady trivia.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that. Maybe Knucklebuster will call back in there in the final hour there and can update us. But But I was kind of wondering how many, if he ever made it to the Super Bowl and not won, or what happened with that. I remember there was the whole inflation or deflation gate thing there, and I didn't remember if that was a Super Bowl or a playoff game or where all that was at. But anyways, I don't follow it close enough to know. But I was kind of interested to know how many total Super Bowls he was in, as well as the number that he won. So, anyways,
so you're going to make me
all that.
You're going to make me do homework now, right? You're going to make me do my trivia homework. I'll try to look it up. Knucklebuster, you can email that to me. Hello to the garbage throwing daddy out there. Sends me an email. Hey, Steve, if Canada suspends licenses and insurance, wouldn't that leave all those trucks just sitting there with no one to drive them? That sounds good to me, huh? Anyway, love the show. Prayers for all the drivers out there and Pappy's daughter as well. Thank you very much. From the garbage throwing daddy. Speaking of garbage, I don't know if Rick in Columbus is with us there yet this morning. I saw from up in your neck of the woods there, Rick. Rumpke Waste and Recycling made a big announcement, investing $50 million to bring a new recycling facility to Columbus. The new campus, titled the Rumpke Recycling Resource Center, will mark the 5th largest recycling facility in North America, they tell us. It will be the most technologically advanced, state-of-the-art recycling center in the entire country. With the announcement of our expansion plans, the future of recycling is now, according to Andrew Rumpke. The campus will span 25 acres in northeast Columbus. It's a project that will take at least 2 years to complete, with an opening date scheduled in 2024. Currently, Rumpke's recycling facility designs and processes 30 tons per hour. The new facility is designed to process 50 tons of material per hour. Our new facility, strategically designed to meet the needs of Columbus, Franklin County residents, local governments, as well as the demands of commercial and industrial business growth that's happening right here in central Ohio. So that's the latest large investment that they've announced coming to Columbus. Yeah, remember just last month where Intel unveiled their plans for a $20 billion investment with 2 new computer chip facilities there. Yeah, at the time, Intel leaders announced the goal to be a sustainable company, recycling 100% of their waste by 2030. So Rumpke's new facility will only help work to help more companies commit to sustainability. So big announcement there for our Rumpke friends. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, rolling toward that news update, top of the hour, just around the corner. So, hang in there, Gilligan. Wheelchair Dave got you coming up here. Bet we can get the answer to the question. Mr. Tom Brady Trivia. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Hey, well, I'm not up to snuff on all of my Tom Brady trivia. I've just been following him for the last couple of years there after Peyton Manning retired there. I'm a person, not a team player thing here, you know.
Okay.
I followed Peyton Manning when he retired. I picked up Tom Brady because Tom Brady's good. Well, I think he's been in 9 Super Bowls and he's lost 2 of them. I know he lost to the New York Giants one time against Eli Manning there. Eli threw one of them world famous Hail Marys right there at the end of the game there. So, but I could be wrong. I believe he's lost 2 of them there, but everybody's breathing a sigh of relief now. Somebody else will be going to the Super Bowl besides Tom Brady, right?
I guess so. I'm looking at a post. Neighbor Dave just on Facebook said he won 7 out of 10. The GOAT. 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. Yeah. That's pretty good stats, man. You know,
I'm telling you.
Well, like I shared with you the other night, Joe Montana was the only one that beat him at covering the spread there, you know. So, I mean, I think Joe Burrow's the next Tom Brady. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be up there in the top for several years. So, get Gronk with you. Hey, that's just a positive, man. So, anyway, I'm going to cut you loose. I'm almost to the yard here. I got to get home and take care of my daughter.
Thank you. Your prayers for the daughter there. Good luck, and thanks for answering our question, all right? So we've got our news update, top of the hour. Hour number 2 in the books as we make our way into Wednesday, Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I propose these recent bills.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is facing pressure to lift federal COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates after several Democratic-led states announced they'll begin rolling back restrictions. The Daily Mail reported the Democratic governors of California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mask mandates indoors and/or in schools later this month or next. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441, or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
When it comes to returning to the workforce, men outnumber women.
Men 2-1 outnumbered women landing a job in America as we near the end of the pandemic. More than 1 million men jumped into the job market last month, coming off unemployment payrolls and either looking for a job or getting a job. That's compared to just 39,000 women, according to just released government data. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is criticizing his own party. McConnell spoke out about the Republican National Committee's censure of two House GOP lawmakers investigating what he calls the violent insurrection on January 6, 2021. McConnell said it's not the party's job to decide whom to support. The RNC last week took a voice vote to approve censuring Representatives Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Adam Kinzinger of Illinois. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The COVID-19 pandemic has led to a smaller bundle of joy in terms of an expected baby bust.
Births in the United States didn't fall as much as expected due to the pandemic, according to CDC data. The United States saw roughly 7,000 fewer births through the first 9 months of 2021 compared with the same period the year prior, according to provisional data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Health Statistics. The numbers reflect conceptions that occurred roughly from April through December 2020, a period that includes the first part of last winter's COVID-19 case surge, which started in October 2020 and waned by February 2021. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Senator Marsha Blackburn sent a letter to the Department of Health and Human Services on Tuesday expressing what she called grave concerns about the department's program that could reportedly use taxpayer money to distribute crack pipes to drug addicts. The Washington Beacon initially reported on the program, noting the department would prioritize applicants in underserved communities as defined under one of President Biden's executive orders. An HHS spokesperson reportedly told the Beacon the grants would fund smoking kits with pipes for users to smoke crystal meth, crack cocaine, and any illicit substances. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
with the news update there. Even Democrat governors, California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, Oregon, all announcing plans to lift some of these mandates and restrictions. Indoors, mask mandates for indoors or in schools. California's Governor Newsom said the state's going to lift their indoor mask mandate for vaccinated individuals next week. Connecticut's governor said the statewide mask mandate in schools and child care centers would end February 28th. Delaware's governor announcing that the universal indoor mask mandate ends Friday. The school mandate expires March 31. New Jersey's governor, Phil Murphy, said he's going to rescind the statewide mask order for students March the 7th. Oregon's governor, Kate Brown, said the indoor and school-wide mandate ends March 31. One day later, the Surgeon General told the Senate Finance Committee during a congressional hearing that masks remain a helpful tool. He also implied that we're not yet at the point where we should be rolling back precautionary measures. Do parents, in an ideal setting, want their kids in masks? No parent would want a mask if it's not needed. The goal should be able to get to a place where we can pull back on these restrictions. Now, outside the U.S., several European and Nordic nations also rolling back restrictions as the Omicron surge appears to be slowing, finally. All right, cases and deaths continue, but reports suggest the numbers are dropping. So apparently, Biden's got some pressure to reduce some of these federal mandates, vaccine and mask mandates. And with that, let's get back to Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for hanging in there, Dave. What's going on this morning?
Well, hello there, Steve, and your listening audience. First thing I got to say, definitely prayers to Pappy's daughter and Knucklebust's daughter as well. God is definitely with your loved ones and with all the doctors there, so let's just pray for the best.
Yes.
If we can, on the other side of this, now, Steve, you got that Flow Racing, and, you know, the month of February here is down there in Florida, in Phillips neighborhood, is just off the chain for the next, 20 days or 25 days, all the way up to the end of February there.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been watching a lot of the dirt racing and stuff on the Flow Racing there that you get?
Honestly, I haven't been tuning in much as of late. I didn't realize there was much of anything going on.
Oh, all right. Well, the Winter Nationals every year, it's that time again, you know, and every night they're racing at 4 different tracks down there in Florida. There'll be you can look this up, the East Bay, New Smyrna, Valdosta, and Bubba Speedway. You got the sprinters and the modified, all the dirt racing, you know, is divided between those 4 tracks, all the way up to the end of the month, as well as the Daytona 500 there over in Daytona. And then at the end of the month, you got Indy racing in St. Petersburg. So you got an awful lot of racing in the month of February down there in Florida.
I see. I was just under the impression everything was in the off season right now. I just pulled it up here and I'm looking. Yeah, they've got highlights from Saturday. They've got highlights for the late models on Monday. I guess they were at East Bay Raceway, and so I've got all kinds of stuff I could view then.
Oh yeah. This would definitely, if you don't want to watch, if you're not watching those Olympics, which I guess no one is,
right?
You can definitely be watching all this race going on down there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I heard Scarecrow say that he kind of really didn't like what was going on out there in California at the Coliseum there, and And then I think Rubber Duck, Rubberneck, he liked it, and Big Sexy kind of liked it.
Yep.
Did you watch any of it, Steve?
I still, I mean, it's on the DVR, but I still haven't pulled any of it up, no.
Yeah. Well, it's formatted like the stuff you used to watch up there in North Georgia and stuff, that one at the Coliseum. And so, yeah, it's, I like it. But, yeah, I just wanted to remind you about those Winter National. I can't believe that, that Flow Racing. You can watch that every day, man, all the way to the end of February there.
Okay. I'm glad you give me a heads up there, because I was not aware. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely the modifiers and stuff, all that stuff that you like. And then speaking of racing, heck, we've talked about that Wright Motorsports over in Batavia up there before. Well, they won their division at the 24-hour race, down at Daytona. And then that one fella, Helio Castroneves, man, is that guy on fire or what? I mean, that guy has won the last 4 big races. He won overall the Daytona 500 or the Daytona 24-hour, but he also won that last year, the Daytona 24-hour, plus the Indianapolis 500. That guy's on a roll, I'm telling you there. So.
Wow.
Oh, I got one more question for you there. You were talking about the Bengals and the Houday beer can that you got. So what's the Skullbuster? I mean, who's going to do the commemorative can this year for the Bengals up there?
If anybody, I'm thinking they came back with the throwback of the Houda pole, the Houday. I'm assuming they probably have some sort of a commemorative can out there right now.
Yeah. Well, you got to dig that out, put one up on your desk up there for this week.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and I did transition. I transitioned back to the better lighting. Yeah, my wife told me that when I had the orange hue, she said the lighting was just horrible. So I said, all right, well, I was going to leave that on through the Super Bowl, the orange color.
Throw you one of them Skullbusters out there at the desk. That'll be you cheer that way.
That'll work. All right.
I'm going to let somebody else call in. Thanks a lot, Steve, for taking my call.
Thank you. Wheelchair Dave, good to hear from you. Yeah, Bengals weekend. They're being referred to as the Cinderella story of 2021. Gilligan sent me the link here to Fox News. And they've got the proverbial chance of putting on the glass slipper this Sunday after winning a combined 6 games between 2019 and 2020. They went from the worst to first in the AFC North this year, winning the division, a 10-7 record, en route to reaching their first Super Bowl in 33 years. The miraculous turnaround with the drafting of Joe Burrow with the number 1 overall pick, followed by Jamar Chase in 21 with the number 5 overall pick, both of those guys out of LSU. When diving into the numbers, it is miraculous what the Bengals have accomplished in such a short time, they say. As a matter of fact, only 3 other teams in NFL history have produced the type of overnight turnaround the Bengals have experienced this season. Yes, to kind of go back to the history books, 1981, the 49ers, 1992, the Cowboys, 2003, the Panthers, and then there are 2021, the Cincinnati Bengals. Can they take the big prize? We'll find out Sunday. Hey, good morning, Gilligan. What's happening out there?
Oh, not much. Doing my normal thing, driving up 81 racing cups. Well, Steve, first of all, I want to say happy for praying for your daughter. other night, my stepmother had a similar injury back in 96, and she recovered from it, the head injury. There's plenty of hope. She was in her 60s at the time. Your daughter is young. She can pull through this. Me and my family been praying for you. Uncle Buster, been praying for your daughter, too. My mom has struggled with low blood pressure most of her life. I know it gets scary at times. But we'll get on some other stuff. I'll definitely say me and my family's praying for both of these souls. Dr. Buster touched on that Tom Brady lost the Super Bowl to the Giants. I believe that was 2010, 2011. I can't remember which year that was. But what he missed mentioning, and maybe intentionally since he's a Brady fan, do you remember the irony of that year? You probably don't.
I do not know.
That was the year that New England went 16-0 and then lost the Super Bowl.
Really?
You remember that?
Okay.
They went undefeated that year, and they ended up beating the Giants in the last regular season game of the year, just barely, and then they lost to them in the Super Bowl. I had a good friend that was a big New England fan, and he was getting all this crap about how New England was going to win it. This is their year. They're going to win it again. Yeah, he was eating crow when they went, as I reminded him on a few occasions. The year they went 18-1. I don't know about this deal with the NASCAR going to one big one. I think it kind of takes away from the old pit stops, the old guys going across the wall. They're kind of getting away from the roots, in my opinion, because they've been doing that several years. I've kind of lost interest in NASCAR anyway because of some of the changes. Yeah. You stole my thunder on that story you just read. I'm gonna be rooting for the Bengals. I'm probably not even gonna watch the game, but if I do, I'll be rooting for the Bengals. I'd like to see them finally pull one out. I've never been a big Rams fan. And I guess what time's everybody supposed to show you up your place for the Super Bowl party Sunday, by the way?
I think I'll be hitting.
Heat waves arranging it.
I'll be hitting the hay about 4:00 in the afternoon. So.
Oh, okay. We'll keep the noise down to at least 100 decibels. How's that?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you much.
Yeah, I'll have the bus loaded up with bold German and everything. We got the betting booth already on the trailer. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do too much other on the game itself. We have to go by point spread and stuff like that, points per quarter. I don't think unless we get some Rams fans betting on the Rams, I don't think we're going to be able to do much. I guess if the Bengals would lose, we'd clean up, though. We'll have to see how it goes. But anyway, Steve, that's about all I got for now. Just remember, GMA Enterprises will be there on Sunday. They'll be providing refreshments. Thanks a lot, Steve.
All right, enjoy those racy cups. There you go. Super Bowl Sunday. Yep. Hey, we were talking prices at the pump. Well, we got the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Have you noticed? Boy, not good. For the 5th consecutive week, diesel's up. This time, the increases are sharp. Some regions actually looking at double-digit increases. The EIA report showing the national average price for a gallon of diesel. We're knocking on the door at $4. National average, it's $3.95. Now, $1.15 a gallon higher than just 1 year ago. By region, it was the lower Atlantic that saw the largest increase, 13.5 cents per gallon. The East Coast, New England, Gulf Coast, Rocky Mountain, all experiencing price hikes of more than 10 cents per gallon. The lowest increase, West Coast minus California, just short of last week's largest increase of 7.7 cents in the Gulf Coast region. But there you have it, with the U.S. price national average at $3.95 per gallon. California, my friends, are approaching the $5 per gallon mark for diesel fuel. California's average price, $4.94 this week. These are off-the-chart kind of numbers. Now, I saw a headline, all options are on the table to address high oil prices, says the Biden administration. So I'm trying to jog my memory. Wasn't it just a few weeks ago where we were going to try to address the surging prices? We put up 50 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for sale? The oil that's going to stabilize and hopefully bring down prices. Obviously, that was a big no-go, not a winner there, as we continue to watch dramatically surging prices. What to do now? All right, we'll try to answer that question. First of all, get a quick 2-minute timeout. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so what do you mean? All options are on the table. So says Jen Psaki. Biden administration in talks with both oil-producing and oil-consuming countries to tackle high prices. According to Jen Psaki this past day, all options are on the table. With oil-producing countries, we're talking about proposed production increases. With oil-consuming countries, we're talking about releases from strategic reserves. So there it was. I knew it wasn't that long ago. November, we announced plans to release 50 million barrels from the U.S. reserve to help cool prices. But even so, prices are just below 7-year highs right now. ask if there would be further cooperative releases of strategic reserves with other countries. Yeah, that's when Jen said all options are on the table. She said nobody should hold back supply at the expense of the American consumer, particularly as the recovery from the pandemic continues and oil producers around the world have the capacity to produce at levels that match demand and reduce the high prices. But Jen, here's a little point for you to ponder. Hello? Yet why would an oil-producing country want to reduce those prices? They're making bank on this. Saudi Arabia's loving this $90 a barrel business. If you remember, they were struggling dramatically when the prices dropped down to the $20 per barrel range. 90% of their economy is based on oil in Saudi Arabia. Yet all these oil-producing countries, they're making a fortune on these higher prices. Here's an idea, Jen. Maybe the United States reduces some of these restrictions and prohibitions on drilling and eases things up for the fracking business to get back into full swing. Hey, wasn't there this thing called some sort of pipeline? What was that? The Keystone Pipeline. Yeah, go back and look at your numbers, Jen. All these price increases started the day your boss, one Joe Biden, was sworn into office. With the stroke of a pen, the ball was rolling. All right, the Chevy Guy. What's happening this morning, Chevy Guy?
Hey, and I can just hear Sarah Palin in the background. Hey, Peppermint Patty! Grill, baby! Grill! How was it when Donald Trump left office? How were we doing? Exporting oil. That's how you get the prices down, you see. Let me just throw this in. This isn't what I called about. Because talk about blood pressure up. The news sort of got me. But I'm talking about women here, Now, in the annals of space travel history, we know there's 2 spaceships that got lost in space, and that was the Jupiter 2. Of course, they had a stowaway on board. He got tangled up in the navigational equipment, and they got lost. And then there was another one where you had a crew flying, but face it, the pilot had Lena Lund as a passenger, so he might have been distracted when they went into that vortex that shot them into a planet where they had all these giants, So, but they were still in the pioneering stage of extended space travel. Then you go, and finally we go into the space travel of the star fleets. And you had Captain James Kirk. I basically watched that when I was a kid, So, and I ended that. I didn't follow none of the rest of them. But now you got Jolly Green, you got Heat Wave. They'll sit there and talk like it. Well, be careful here. It's like talking about those fellas that talk about wrestling. And when you say, it's not real, you're liable to get kicked up, beat up pretty bad, But out of all of the star fleets, the only one so far that I figured out where you got a starship that's lost in space is commanded by a woman.
Now, why would you go and do
Starship
that?
Voyager. Because I'm stupid. Now, why I called? You got Mitch McConnell. I've told you, when we deliver the Republican power back to him, or to the Republicans, and I could just see him getting up there, all right, everything's fine now, we're back to normal, I'm in control. Mitch McConnell, like he did with the Tea Party, okay? If they do it again, and he's still in control of the party after what he just said about the Republicans can't censure their fellow Republicans that are basically on a farce of a investigation of Donald Trump. I want here, listen. He sat up there and said after the 6th, he said they violated this honorable institution, the hallowed halls of this institution. I said it then, I'll say it now. Mitch McConnell, you and your are both Democrat and Republican, has turned that place into a sewage, a cesspool of sewage and corruption. And I tell you what, you couldn't pump the septic trunk. 9 septic trucks should dump human waste on that place. It would not make it more corrupt than what you have done to the American people. So I'm here to tell you, Mitch McConnell wanted to see Jeb Bush in there. He's a part of the swamp. And you can already hear Marco Rubio. He just goes to the edge trying to gain the Trump supporters, but you can still see he's got 1 foot in the swamp and 1 foot with the Republican people in the Republican Party. So, when I heard that news, my blood pressure started going up. So I thought I'd just think about something else and pick on women, I reckon.
Lost in space.
But it's...
All right, I got to get my news break in here, so maybe check back in later. I'm sure you'll find something to chime in. Someone else to offend, if possible, besides just the women out there. Speaking of the women, I got an email this past day from Always Moving. Where you been, Always Moving? She hadn't called in a while. She's pretty excited about the Super Bowl, though. Back after this, though, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I proposed these recent bills.
Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is facing pressure to lift federal COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates after several Democratic-led states announced they'll begin rolling back restrictions. The Daily Mail reported the Democratic governors of California, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon all announced plans to lift mask mandates indoors and/or in schools later this month or next. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
It's really fantastic. I'm pretty active sports-wise, and no muscle strains. I get up in the morning, no stiff back, nothing. I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take a mega dose. Next day it's gone. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced that it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. hotshotSecret.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, and here we go, back at it. All right, got the email from Always Moving under the heading Bengals Love Part 2. I think I missed your first email there, Always Moving. If you sent a Part 1, I didn't get that. I did get, oops, I forgot to sign my previous message. Cheering for the Bengals. She said, you go back in time. I called in to your previous show when Joe Burrow was first signed. And at the time, my musical selection to the show, just how happy I was for the team, was I'm so excited by the Pointer Sisters. I'm singing that song in my head all the way to the Super Bowl. Always Moving, cheering for her Bengals. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you in person once again, Always Moving. It's been quite a while, huh? All right, then I also had an email from Sylvester sending me a link. Yes, I actually had that story printed up. He sent me a link from UK Informer, but it's about the latest developments with Russia, 6 Russia large landing ships that are entering the Black Sea. Now, they're saying this is for exercises. Story I had here from Newsmax. 6 Russian warships headed into the Black Sea from the Mediterranean for naval drills, according to the Interfax news agency, citing Russia's defense ministry this past day. They're saying this was a pre-planned movement of military resources Russia announced last month their Navy would stage a sweeping set of exercises involving all their fleets in January and February from the Pacific to the Atlantic. The latest show of strength in a surge of military activity during a standoff over the Ukraine. Now, these 6 ships scheduled to pass through Turkey's straits to the Black Sea Tuesday and Wednesday, so kind of as we speak. They list the ships that are involved here. And then, of course, having amassed more than 100,000 troops near the Ukrainian border, denying any plans to invade. But legally, NATO member Turkey could shut the straits to transit if Russia were to take military action against Ukraine. Apparently, Turkey is authorized to close the straits to all foreign warships in wartime or when it is threatened by aggression. Also, it is authorized to refuse transit to merchant ships belonging to countries at war with Turkey. Now, Turkey shares a maritime border with both Ukraine and Russia in the Black Sea. Any military conflict would be unacceptable. They've told Moscow any invasion would be unwise. However, President Erdogan has also offered to kind of mediate in this mess between Moscow and Kiev. Now, he has cordial relations with both countries, although Erdogan says it will do what's necessary as a NATO member in the event of a Russian invasion. Meanwhile, all right, heat wave is up next year. I guess back on the road, are you? Good morning, senor.
Excuse me. Good morning, senor. Yeah, finally back on the road. That damn ice storm y'all had really raised havoc with the freight coming west. Either that or the supply lines are starting to dwindle a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, hell, I didn't hear about Knucklebuster's daughter. What's happened to her?
He was just trying to explain. I was catching it in one ear and looking at something else at the same time. I think her blood pressure got, I guess, dangerously low. And someone has to be with her pretty much around the clock for several days or weeks or something.
My goodness gracious. That is a scary thing, and happy. My prayers for you and his daughter. I cannot fathom that mental anguish on the father's part, and nor the pain on the daughter's part. I just don't wish that on anybody at all. But seems like looks like Pappy's holding up a little bit better than initially whenever he found out his daughter was in the hospital. So, Pappy, hang tight, brother. It's always the darkest before the dawn. So, keep the faith. Did I hear this right? Biden administration is going to give federal taxpayer money to buy these drug addicts crack pipes now?
Yes, you heard that correctly. You can't make this stuff up. Yes, that is a true story.
Good night. What? You know, there are people out there that love being losers. And this cat, I mean, he is nothing but a damn loser. Let's just give the illicit drugs to everybody that wants it. Boom, at taxpayer expense. Let's let the illegal aliens get $3,500 a month, free housing, free food, but our own American citizens, like my daughter, who has the same conditions as my wife, deny them the measly amount of money that she could get. Deny her, but let's take care of the other people from other countries. You know why these people are coming up here? Is because they love the free money that we are working for and paying in our taxes. Biden continues to express his concerns to other countries. Well, produce more oil so we don't have to suffer. Like, you kind of stole my thunder earlier. Well, hey, idiot, guess what you did?
Yeah.
You killed the cash cow. You killed the golden goose.
The energy independence. We had become an energy exporter, a net exporter of energy in this country.
And yet he wants others to sacrifice that we can become better. I mean, that's the epitome of arrogance. Lord have mercy. I mean, and like I said, there are people out there that love wallowing in, well, especially in our state of New Mexico, the true blue Democrats love being losers. They think, the Trumponianism, as one of them called it, the orange man lied, orange man bad. You know what? The man did not lie. He come through with his campaign promises. He built this country up. He made us number one. And he showed a businessman needs to be in office rather than a politician. Ugh. Oh, I tell you what, I've had a rough day today. Still couldn't get my car out of the driveway. Really.
And at the same time, you're in kind of like cell phone hell. You've been trying to come in and out, but wherever you're at right now, you're kind of out of range. Give us the full report here, and then a little bit later. Yeah, but that's I don't think we've touched on it. I had this before me last evening. Several people, probably a dozen people, have emailed the link and saying, you've got to be kidding me. How could we do this? The Biden administration is set to fund the distribution of crack pipes to drug addicts, part of their plan to advance, and I quote, racial equity. $30 million grant program, which closed applications on Monday. It will begin in May, will provide funds to nonprofits and local governments to help make drug use safer for addicts. Included in the grant, which is overseen by the Department of Health and Human Services, are funds for smoking kits and smoking supplies. According to the Washington Free Beacon, those kits will provide pipes for users to smoke crack cocaine, crystal meth, and any illicit substance. Health and Human Services says these kits will reduce the risk of infection when smoking substances with glass pipes, which can lead to infections through cuts and sores. Applicants for the grants are prioritized if they treat a majority of underserved communities, including African Americans and LGBTQ persons, as established under President Biden's executive order on advancing racial equity. I didn't realize it's the first I've seen LGBTQ categorized as an underserved community. Now, they say Democrat-run cities, San Francisco, Seattle, they've already done this, distributing smoking kits to residents. Some local governments have, in recent years, backed away from these programs over concerns that they are actually enabling drug abuse. Louisville, Kentucky, for example, allowed convenience stores to sell smoking kits, but later banned them. Legislators in Maryland ditched their distribution plan after facing backlash from local law enforcement and even African American leaders. The president of the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police said government resources are better spent on preventing drug abuse rather than making it easier. Yeah, is this not essentially enabling? All right, Health and Human Services spokesman declined to specify what is included in the smoking kits. Similar distribution efforts elsewhere have provided mouthpieces to prevent glass cuts, rubber bands to prevent burns, and filters to minimize the risk of disease. And by the way, it is against federal law to distribute or sell drug paraphernalia unless authorized by the government. I don't know. Someone said, well, maybe keep in mind President Biden's son, Hunter, is a longtime user of crack cocaine. True. And we shall return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We did get an update on the story from a few weeks ago. Remember the video, the story of the plow truck operator in Ohio? There on the turnpike, I think it was. Yeah, barreling down the turnpike with his blade, literally throwing snow and ice across all three lanes on the other side of the turnpike there. I don't know why it took so long, but... Well, I thought he would have lost his job the following day, but no, they do confirm he's lost his job now. Farzan Ahmed, executive director of the Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission, served a letter this past day to the snowplow operator, which states, notice is hereby given that the Ohio Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission is terminating your employment effective immediately. Your employment is being terminated for an egregious chargeable accident January 23rd while engaging in grossly negligent behavior as to endanger life, property, public safety, or otherwise cause the commission to be liable for damage. Further, you failed to responsibly perform duties that are within the proper scope of your position as a maintenance worker, Class 2 roadway employee. This guy, I guess he was represented by a steward from the Teamsters Local 436. A pre-disciplinary hearing was held on the 4th. Turnpike officials, along with troopers from the state patrol, say this driver was traveling westbound, nearing the milepost 117, close to the State Route 250 interchange in Erie County. Again, the plowing snow, ice, and slush over the median wall into oncoming traffic. When all was said and done, 55 vehicles were damaged. 18 people sustained non-life-threatening injuries, according to the State Highway Patrol. So he's just barreling along, and on the other side of the highway, as he goes down, absolute carnage unfolding on the other side of the interstate there. Hey, good morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. Driving in the rain this morning. How you doing?
I kind of figured that'd be the case. Yeah, you got plenty of rain down there.
Yeah, we're like 50 degrees down here, which is nothing compared to you guys. I know we got it better, so I'm sorry. That guy was driving over in the hammer. Was he plowing the hammer lane on the turnpike with that?
I couldn't tell if it was the hammer lane or it may have actually been that like the little buffer zone you got between the hammer lane and the wall there, trying to clear things.
That's crazy. I mean, seemed like to me you have that thing turned around to the right. Wherever you're plowing down the interstate, you got to turn to the right so it flips it off to the right instead of the left. I mean, I never heard of a plow doing that. I mean, I've seen them do it out on the big interstates up north. I lived up north for 12 years, and they plow it, but their plows, the way they got them set up that I've seen up north, a lot of them have that. They got like a hook up on the top that pushes it down so it doesn't fly like that. So, they might want to look at that plow too and see how that plow's set up on that truck.
So, I think someone
that might be a little bit of the problem.
One of the people when I first saw the video, someone had posted on there that the plow operator had that blade set, completely wrong to be moving the snow. It was throwing it up in the air.
Yeah, you don't tilt it back like that. You got to the ones I've always seen the guys that kind of turn it down just a little bit.
Yeah.
And that way and then the way the plow is shaped, it kind of pushes it over, curls it over, and then sits it down on the side. That's what I've seen all those years that I was up there. I lived up in Chicago area for 12 years. But I heard you talking about Elon Musk making his announcement on Thursday yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's going to make the big announcement. So I think the Starship is gonna fly orbit. I mean, I think the FAA gave him a release date, so he's probably going to throw a date out there when they're going to launch. What do you think?
It's supposed to be a pretty big announcement, so I suspect that's going to be the case. How about the fact that the latest Starlink 49 satellites, that 40 of the 49 are going to burn up in the atmosphere?
Well, that's the stuff that happens when you get up there. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, when you put that stuff up there, there's a chance it's going to come back, and you're setting them really low. All those satellites for that Starlink are really low. They're not really high, super high.
Yeah.
So they're right on that edge. They can be drugged back in, and then all that money you put into it can be burned up in seconds. It's the way it is. So hopefully he's got some insurance on them things. That's the way it is. I'm serious. That's the chance you take when you set a satellite out there. I mean, every satellite. That's the reason they shoot them the certain way they go and all that. I mean, it's like it's science. You got to have it at a certain place at a certain time and to get it in that orbit. If you don't get it there the right way and something's off just a little bit, a tick, and that's it. So, but we were talking about the space station. Steve, that space station is old. It's falling apart. But the folks with Axiom that are going up on SpaceX, I think they're going to build something a lot bigger than what you've seen out there with this space station. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on this. As far as Turkey goes, I don't think Turkey's going to shut down their their entrance into the Black Sea and all that for Russia. I really don't. Russia would have to go in and start invading right now to get that started. Russia's going to play good until they get everything in place, and then when they get in place, then they're going to play games.
Yep.
So, did you hear they shut the pipeline down? They were talking about shutting this pipeline down out there.
What is it, the Nord Stream? Is that the one? I mean, that's the one that Biden shuts down the Keystone and then takes the sanctions off the Nord Stream, I think they call it. And they're talking about shutting that down again, right?
Well, I'm talking about Putin. They're talking about the reason why he's kind of backed off a little bit is because I don't know who exactly, if it was France or one of the European countries, but they said they were going to shut off this pipeline. That one of the main feed pipelines for him.
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking that's the Nord Stream. Well, hey, I got to pause there. So if you want to hang in there, we'll come back, finish up with Philip. Brain Dead's on the line. Room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel defended the organization's censure of GOP Representatives Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney. In an op-ed piece, McDaniel called out the media for what she called shameful and false coverage of the move. She also said Kinzinger and Cheney were, quote, handpicked by Nancy Pelosi to sit on the committee that exceeded its original purpose and morphed into investigating Republicans for the apparent offense of being Republican. The state of New York will repeal its indoor mask mandate on Wednesday as the number of infections has decreased. It's still unclear whether the governor will renew or drop the school mask mandate, which is set to expire in 2 weeks. Other states that also have Democratic governors, like New Jersey and California, have announced similar decisions this week. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listeners Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The so-called COVID-19 baby bust does not seem to be as large as first predicted.
Births in the United States didn't fall as much as expected due to the pandemic, according to CDC data. The United States saw roughly 7,000 fewer births through the first 9 months of 2021 compared with the same period the year prior, according to provisional data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Health Statistics. The numbers reflect conceptions that occurred roughly from April through December 2020, a period that includes the first part of last winter's COVID-19 case surge, which started in October 2020 and waned by February 2021. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former President Donald Trump gave South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem his, quote, complete and total endorsement in her re-election bid. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
When it comes to returning to the workforce, men outnumber women.
Men 2-1 outnumbered women landing a job in America as we near the end of the pandemic. More than 1 million men jumped into the job market last month, coming off unemployment payrolls and either looking for a job or getting a job. That's compared to just 39,000 women, according to just released government data. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A Michigan judge listened to testimony on Tuesday to determine if the parents of a teenager accused of killing 4 students at his high school should face an involuntary manslaughter trial. Ethan Crumbley is accused of killing 4 students and injuring 7 others at Oxford High School on November 30th. On the stand, multiple witnesses told the judge his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, focused on horse riding as her son Ethan complained he was haunted by demons. The preliminary hearing resumes on February 24th. Vermont lawmakers voted Tuesday to move forward on a constitutional amendment that would guarantee the right to abortion and contraception. It's the first amendment of its kind in the U.S. Proposition 5 now heads to Governor Phil Scott, who signaled his support for the measure and is required to give public notice before it appears on the ballot in November. Voters in Vermont, where 70% of people say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, are expected to approve it. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night, that Carolina monkey gouge. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. All right. Of course, yes, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Mike, hump day. Hope your week's going well. And again, hello to our friends joining us via TNCRadio.live this morning. Our first week on the new platform there. All I know is later on this afternoon, let me see here, 4 to 5 Eastern time. That's Shelley's program slot. Is it Shelley Johnson? I believe that's her name. I'm supposed to dial in, be chatting with Shelley. Shelley's going to kind of introduce me to the daytime audience, the afternoon listeners. They're on TNCRadio.live. So if you want to check that out, I have no idea what she's going to ask. I'll assume she wants kind of the background, how I ended up here with Hot Shot Secret and the new format with Chris Gabrelchik, all that kind of fun. We'll just chit-chat. I'll do my best to answer her questions. So again, 4 to 5 Eastern Time this Wednesday afternoon. Okay, so let me get back and turn the camera back on, first of all. I was unable to get an update this past day there. Big Moose. Someone, Jim had emailed last night that I guess Moose was on the way to the hospital after taking a fall, trying to unload a refrigerator or something, and I was going to call Hillbilly Tex. I could have swore I had his number in my phone because I've called him before, but I couldn't find it. I looked under Tex, T for Tex, H for Hillbilly, and so I'm pretty bad about it. Sometimes I'll jot people's number down on a Post-it note or whatever, and I thought I had his. Anyway, I was going to call Tex and ask how Moose was doing. I didn't want to call Moose because it was only like 7 o'clock in the morning, so I didn't get an update. Hope everything's going okay there. All right. Hey, it looks like the U.S. has finally struck gold. Shorty just sent me the email at 3:03 a.m. USA Today. U.S. picks up their first gold medal in Beijing. Snowboard cross is whatever it is, a female, 36-year-old female, taking the gold there. So finally, day number 5 into the competition, finally USA gets a gold. All right, welcome back, Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, Bud, you need Tex's phone number. I can text it to you on that overnight drive number. You want me to do that?
Either that, or you got my regular email address, the Steve at Hot Shot Secret. Could you do that, or?
Yeah, I can do that. I can either send it email or I can just text it, because you can send text messages to you over the overnight drive phone number, right?
Yeah, I haven't checked. I haven't checked those in quite some time. Boy, I might pull that up and say, "Oh my gosh, I've got all kinds of messages that I've never responded to."
Yeah, I remember you telling us back when y'all started the service that you would be able to do it that way. You needed a text message, but I'll email it to you when I get up here and stop when I get to work, if that's okay with you. I'd heard that Russia's pipeline that runs over, I guess, I don't know if it's France or over into Europe, that the European countries are going to shut it down so he wouldn't get anything or send anything. Did you hear anything about that?
I can't say I did, no.
Yeah, I'd heard a story about that, and that's what kind of drawed him down just a little bit, and he's kind of spread things out. But then again, with the media the way it is right now, you never know what's right or wrong.
Right.
It's so mixed up. Nobody knows the full story about how many people are over there for him or what's going on, but that Ukraine situation is going to be crazy if it does start. So hopefully it doesn't, but it's a mixed up situation. Sylvester was right about the YouTube. They do have that Carl Vincent crash footage. I seen it last night, and I think it was pilot error, Steve. From what I seen, he came in too low and he hit the deck and slid across and slid off the other end.
And the video I saw,
it
looked to me like after he hit the deck and kind of bounced sideways, and I think that's right. That's the point where he pulled the ejector or whatever. He just barely escaped that.
He barely did. He absolutely, because I know the footage that I saw, the way the camera was, it was like, I don't know what the lighting on it or something was kind of really crazy, but it looked like to me like the sun was out. It was really bright. I don't know. Did you notice that in the footage?
I couldn't really tell, no.
Yeah, the footage that I saw is, and I guess somebody did it this way because they didn't want YouTube to hit them, because it wasn't a direct camera feed, was they brought it up on their computer, and then they took a picture of the computer.
Mm-hmm.
Was the footage that I saw. So you're literally looking at a picture with a computer screen in the middle of it, and you're seeing the footage on that computer screen. That's what I saw. Now, I don't know what Sylvester and them guys saw, but that's what I saw on YouTube yesterday. So, but it was a pretty bad crash. I mean, he hit the deck, he slammed across, and he went just sliding off the other end of it. And then you see the plane hit the water.
Yep.
And then you see the water come onto the deck so they could get the deck off, the 80 fire that was on the deck taken away. But it was nasty. It was a bad crash. So, but that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. I'll get that phone number to you as quick as I can when I get
Yeah, you know what? I guess
good.
don't have to worry about it. I think it was Heat Waves. A couple people, I think, just sent me some. I got the number from Heat Wave here, and I think maybe even Horse Feathers. So I heard my phone kind of buzzing over here. So I've got that number. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
And be safe out there. Hey, let me share this real quick. Got a recall. Hyundai and Kia are telling 500,000 owners to park your vehicle away from buildings due to the risk of your car or SUV spontaneously combusting, even without the engine running. According to the report, it's caused by foreign contaminants in the anti-lock brake computer, which can short circuit and start a fire in the engine compartment. All right, so I'm looking here. Hyundai recalls 26 to 18 Santa Fe SUVs, 2017 and 18 Santa Fe Sport SUVs, the 2019 Santa Fe XLs, 2014 and 15 Tucson SUVs, the Kia recalls 2016 to 2018 K900 sedans, 2014 to 2016 Sportage SUVs. So in total, Hyundai recalling 357,000 and some change, Kia recalling 126, almost 127,000 vehicles. Don't park near the building. I guess that means kind of like Tesla. Or, I'm sorry, it wasn't Tesla. Was it the Chevy Volt when they were batteries catching fire? Told them, don't park your car in the garage. There you go. Now you know. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on with Brain Dead this morning?
Hey, Steve, I hate to tell you, but your text messages thing with the hotline number there you got, probably about your car's extended warranty.
Yep.
Yeah, but no, you know, we had that big ice storm in Memphis over the weekend, and my hat's off to all the guys there that are the power line guys getting the power back on. They said Thursday into Friday, there was 135,000 people without power in Memphis. And they're down to, I think, right about 40,000 is what the 10 o'clock news said. I was watching it, waiting on my bills to be handed to me. But, yeah, it was a mess. People were whining and complaining after about the third or fourth day. My power's out. My power's out. It's like they're working 16 hours a day. You know, they can only do so much. Mm-hmm. And the guy that dispatches me at night, he just got his power back today, or last night anyway. And a lot of the employers there were giving the employees motel rooms on the company dime. So a little bit of good came out of it. But I had to work that Wednesday night into Thursday morning, slid into the house right after my shift, and it got real nasty after that.
So you guys got more of the freezing rain where they were calling for like 0.3 of an inch of freezing rain and then 4 to 6 inches of snow here. We ended up with more like 2 inches of sleet and then just a little bit of snow on top of it.
Yeah, we had nothing but freezing rain and sleet. And it was kind of funny when you take the dogs out. The little one we got, she tried to walk on it and went plop. You know, her feet went out from underneath her.
Yeah.
She hit the ground. So. You know, we had to kind of get on Dingbat about releasing the cat out of the bag last night about the GoFundMe accounts for Gilligan and Heatwave.
Yeah.
You know, that we were working on finalizing them. And, you know, we got to thank our mysterious donor who donated $3.95 to Gilligan's, because apparently his addiction, I mean his consumption of Reese cups has gotten so bad out of hand, he's decided to start making his own.
Oh boy!
And the cost of ingredients are out of this world, Steve. You know, when you make him big 4 and 5 pound greasy cups, I mean, he's getting the chocolate from Belgium, he's getting the peanut butter from India. Now he was getting the paper wrappers from China, but he kept saying the glue smelled kind of funny, so he's getting them out of Mexico now, and all these transportation costs is hurting him. So, I mean, it's going to hurt him really bad. But, you know, with Heatwave, you know, he's addicted to that Diet Dr. Pepper. We're planning on him coming over to Mid-America, and we're going to sit down and have an intervention to try to get him over to maybe some Arnold Palmer, you know, some sweet tea and lemonade kind of mixture. But we're not really pushing our luck with that just yet.
Mm. Well, a 4-pound Reese cup, I've seen those. Those are monstrous. All right, thanks for the update there, Brain Dead. What are we looking at? I got to get a quick timeout, right? 22 past the hour, and we'll be right back here at the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. I know I had a scoop on the number of people that have lost their jobs due to these damn vaccine mandates. And I just think about this in California, Los Angeles County, and 4,000 employees. Yeah, that's what they're about to terminate. Representative Darrell Issa decrying the left's desire for power and control. Story about the LA County Sheriff's Department pushing back against a vote to terminate 4,000 employees for not being vaccinated. Appearing this past day, Representative Issa said it's all about power and control. Unfortunately, the left's precautions are not working. And as we lose 4,000 law enforcement in LA, even though they probably already had COVID or they had a couple of shots, and they don't see any reason to keep getting a useless shot. That was his quote. Whether they retire or not, we could lose many skilled people that we need. According to ABC 7, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors approved the motion to grant the county personnel director overriding authority to discipline any sheriff's department employee or employees who fail to comply with the vaccine mandate. Now, the sheriff said this proposal is a death blow to public safety when it comes to the potential firings. I mean, snap of a finger. And it may not all be street officers. Many of these could be desk employees, anyone that works for the sheriff's department. But what do you think? If even a quarter, 1,000, 25% or 50%, 2,000 potentially officers being, in one failed swoop, taken off the streets of L.A. Anyone have to guess what's going to happen to crime in that city? Well, how about, let's just ask any of the cities who've had dramatic cuts to police budgets and seen officers opting to retire early because they don't want to get the shots, whatever the reason might be. What's happened to the crime rates? Headline after headline about crime is out of control in cities all around the country. LA, get ready to join the list if they proceed with this. All right, got about a minute before we hit our news break here, bottom of the hour. So I'll tell you what, Scarecrow, if you can, hang in there. We'll get to you after the break. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Had a bit of a commercial vehicle blitz. Tons of out-of-service orders issued during a law enforcement operation focused on commercial vehicles in Texas this week. This was on Monday. Troopers with the DOT, the Highway Patrol, I guess you'd call it a blitz, a commercial vehicle enforcement blitz in Winkler County, focused on traffic violations, equipment violations, and penal code violations. This is just one county. The Winkler County Sheriff Office shared a tally of the results from this one-day effort. Commercial motor vehicles inspected, 90. Drivers placed out of service, 10. Equipment violations, 455. FMCSR violations, 19. Hazmat violations, 13. 5 overrate, 42 registration violations. 64 commercial motor vehicles / trailers placed out of service. And 1 arrest, a male individual taken into custody charged with 2 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. I guess he had 11.8 pounds of THC edibles and over 2 pounds of marijuana and unlawful carry of a weapon. Big day in Winkler County. I bet they made a few bucks on those citations, too. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel defended the organization's censure of GOP Representatives Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney. In an op-ed piece, McDaniel called out the media for what she called shameful and false coverage of the move. She also said Kinzinger and Cheney were, quote, handpicked by Nancy Pelosi to sit on the committee that exceeded its original purpose and morphed into investigating Republicans for the apparent offense of being Republican. The state of New York will repeal its indoor mask mandate on Wednesday as the number of infections has decreased. It's still unclear whether the governor will renew or drop the school mask mandate, which is set to expire in 2 weeks. Other states that also have Democratic governors, like New Jersey and California, have announced similar decisions this week. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6.
School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, did somebody say follow the money? Money, money, money. Get a load of this. Pfizer. I think more have received the Pfizer vaccine than any other. Moderna versus the J&J, but Pfizer forecast more than $50 billion in sales for 2022 for the COVID vaccine and therapeutics, as the pharmaceutical giant reported a more than doubling of annual profits on strong sales of the inoculation. Pfizer, whose vaccine developed with German company BioNTech, the first, quote, approved by the United States to counter COVID. They see slightly lower 2022 revenues for the vaccine compared to the just finished year, but a big infusion of revenues from Paxlovid, the pill for COVID-19. Their CEO said 2021 was a, quote, watershed year for Pfizer. The company's efforts in the pandemic have fundamentally changed the company forever. Still, shares fell Tuesday following the results, which lagged estimates in terms of fourth quarter revenues. Besides vaccines, sales were mixed across their other divisions. Revenues dipped for internal medicine, inflammation, and immunology, but rose for oncology, hospitals, and rare disease. $50 billion, though. Pfizer reported annual profits of $22 billion, more than double the 2020 annual revenues, 2020 level, rather. The annual revenues nearly doubled to $81.3 billion. $36.8 billion of that was from the vaccine. They are projecting revenues this year between $98 and $102 billion. Big money in big pharma, for sure. All right, plenty of room for you. We've almost caught up here. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get to the scarecrow here, got an email from Cheryl listening there in South Carolina this morning in reference to Tom Brady. Talking about winning 7 out of 10 Super Bowl appearances. She said even more impressive was what he was able to do in postseason play. He set numerous playoff and Super Bowl passing records and appeared in the big game a whopping 10 times during his 22-year NFL career. Yes, he won 7 of those, and he actually took home 5 Super Bowl MVPs to boot. All right. Don't know if you've found this or not, but in case, there's the blurb, Tom Brady. Thank you very much. Yeah, pretty impressive. So anyone living up to that record, big shoes to fill. All right, morning, Scarecrow. What's happening out there?
Hey, good morning, Kimasabi. Yeah, we're just picking them up and laying them down as best we can. We're going, I guess, the second week into a sciatic nerve flare-up again, but that's been going on for the last 40, 45 years. So you take it the way it comes.
Yeah.
Always been my philosophy. If you're a truck driver and you have not experienced lower back pain and leg pain and such, you simply haven't been driving long enough. I got to believe it. It's something that affects everybody in time. Although, the last dozen years or so, since I've been running shorter hours and whatnot, that seems to have, made a big difference there. Much 3-hour stretches in the seat is my longest, moments these days. I think where was I going to go right from the start here? Last night you kind of referenced a little bit. I think it was heat wave. I think Blind Man. They both brought up about attention span of the public, and I know I touched on this quite some time ago, but I'd read a study quite some time back where the average citizen has about a 2-month attention span. After that, pretty much no matter what the issue, they grow tired of it, and the media grows tired of it, and so when it comes to elections and whatnot, campaigning and all, shucks, I think that's what kept the Clintons in such high esteem with the public. All their shenanigans kind of would go away by the time election day come around, and it seemed to kept them going just fine,
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's a concern, these days, and if we're talking about, the fall election now, or 24, if the drum gets beat too much, now, the public kind of, they lose track, and we know that so many vote with name identity, rather than on the issues or such.
Yep.
They go into the ballot booth and they see a name they recognize, and let's put a check mark next to that one. Anyway, now I'm glad to know that we got Chevy guy. He's out there. Last night after my call, he called in and commenting on. I'd mentioned my wife had come track me down out in the woods there last weekend, and how that boy managed to go from my wife trudging through the snow with a not so happy look on her face to Sandra Bullock sashaying through the snow and her long hair cascading down across her shoulders and such. Man, that boy's got quite the quite the sense of adventure in all way. I wonder if he's been on the inside of the windshield too long. We may need to get him out and get him some fresh air. What do you think?
Yes, he got quite the imagination, right?
Well, yeah, it makes me wonder if he used to write some of those letters to the editor of Penthouse or whatever that, they would just start with, I never believed I would write this letter. Well, either way, for what it's worth there, Chevy guy, maybe next time around, Catherine Zeta-Jones would be a nice participant also. You commented about the F-35 that crashed. I have still not heard anything whether anybody has recovered that. If we are still looking, it was somewhat humorous. A couple 3 weeks back, China announced that they were not interested. My son commented on, man, for all the sonar units that have been dropped in that vicinity, there's somebody that's sure interested besides the U.S. Everybody would like to get that back if it hasn't surfaced yet. Stealth technology in all way. It's there for the taking. Really wasn't a whole lot else going on here at the moment. Oh yeah, thinking here when you came off the top of the hour break, back there about a half hour, 45 minutes back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You had Big Moose bring us into the new segment there. Steve, I think there's quite a few that are out here waiting for the second verse to come around. If he's laying there in a hospital or such right now, I guess he's got idle time on his hands, but we just might have to be feeding that boy a few more cases of Blatz there and get the little inspiration going. What do you think?
I did get an email or a message here from, I think Deranger said, Moose is fine, just a little sore. So, yeah, he's okay, but yeah, I guess he's probably just, I know he's, at some point he said he's going to get the rest of his band together and do a real, professional version of that tune for us here. And maybe they'll come up with a verse number 2.
Oh yeah, shucks. No, I do thank you for this is a couple 3 weeks back. You had helped. You got me in touch with him and got a mailing address and whatnot. So we got that going. Yeah. Beyond that, at the moment, I had a number of things, but just drawing a blank on them right now. Doggone. But so either way. Yeah, that's enough blab for now.
It's hell getting old, ain't it? Yeah, we call those, those senior moments.
Well, there too. If I start in on a story and you've heard it before, I apologize, but I come by it honestly. I've heard the same stories from my mom on a weekly basis for the last 3 or 4 years since Dad passed, but she enjoys telling them and. I enjoy listening to them, so yeah, old age would catch up with all of us and whatnot. So either way, we'll leave it at that for the moment here, and we'll catch up with you again later.
Hey, good to hear from you, Scarecrow. Thank you much. In regards to the F-35, the most recent story I could find, I know they were looking to get that thing because, you think China's not going to try to salvage that damn thing? I mean, this is the latest and greatest technology from U.S. military. February 1, I believe the date. The Navy preparing to salvage the F-35 that fell into the sea during the routine flight operations with the USS Carl Vinson. Senior Navy personnel told the outlet that the U.S. Navy is making recovery operation arrangements for the F-35 aircraft involved in that incident. They did not provide any additional details. Japan's Coast Guard did issue a navigational warning over the weekend, they say. Navigational warnings are warnings broadcast by satellite or radio to contain information for vessels at sea. The navigational warning explained that the salvage operation, which was being carried out just west of the Philippines, would continue until further notice. So, of course, the crash occurred back on January the 24th. Navy statement regarding the incident after the crash said the pilot safely ejected and was recovered via U.S. military helicopter. Pilot was in stable condition. 7 total sailors injured. 3 of those required medevac to a medical treatment facility in Manila, Philippines, and 4 were treated by onboard medical personnel. And all the medevacs were listed as stable. Of the 4 sailors treated on board, again, as of the first of the month, 3 of them had been released. So, now while the sunken F-35 will never be able to fly again, the salvage operation, obviously, is aimed at securing the plane from prying eyes. As the world's most successful 5th-generation fighter, it would be a juicy target for adversaries, an adversary that found it could potentially gain all kind of insight to the capabilities, the stealth package, an intelligence bonanza of this magnitude could deal the F-35 program a severe blow and adversely affect the U.S. and all the other countries that operate the stealth fighter, which there's more than a few around the world. So hell yeah, we ain't worried about it. It's at the bottom of the ocean. No, we're going to get that thing back. It is 10 before the hour, and we'll be back into 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? Back to the calls here this Wednesday morning. Double R, what's going on out there?
Hello, Steve. How you doing?
Oh, hanging with him. How about you?
Well, I'm out here hauling cars. We're down here in southern Texas, over here by Pecos. On my way up to Fort Worth. Can't really say Fort Wayne, but anyhow, we're hauling them Barrett Jackson cars. We got absolutely swamped with them Barrett Jackson cars, and we ended up with like 2,000 cars we have to deliver. So we're busy.
That'll keep you busy. Was it the Barrett Jackson? Somebody shared a link earlier. I think there was a vehicle that sold. It was a Shelby, I believe, that may have been. I don't know. It sold for like $5 million. Does that sound like one that was there?
Yeah, yeah. I've got a car on here right now, Steve. It's absolutely gorgeous. Well, let me throw this at you. You remember the show The Fall Guy with Lee Majors?
Oh, absolutely.
I've got his. You remember that Silverado pickup truck he drove?
Okay, yeah.
About 10 feet tall. I've got it in my back of my trailer right now.
How about that?
I've got it. It's sold for. I think he got 90,000 out of it. Is what they sold it for.
Wow.
Then I've got a 1958 Lincoln Continental that's slammed to the ground, and it's been completely rebuilt from the ground up. It's sold for $735,000.
Wow.
Got that on my trailer. Yeah. But anyhow, hey, real quick before I forget, is there any way you can throw that information out about this radio show that you're going to be on? I've missed a little bit of your show because, well, I was sleeping for one thing, and another is we've been up in Michigan and got caught in that damn snowstorm over the weekend, and that was a mess. and we ended up going down here to Barrett, so we're going to be down here a while. But that, and then I heard today I was reading a thing where Trump has gotten some proof that on January the 6th, maybe you already know this, that he is suspecting Nancy Pelosi and some of her Democratic buddies had a lot that were tied in with this January 6th stuff.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything on that?
I've not really heard anything new about it. I know there were discussions about were there FBI operatives in attendance out there, who knew what. And I guess the bigger question was getting to the bottom of how Donald Trump had offered National Guard to be on hand that day, troops, thousands to keep the peace, that they had heard rumors and rumblings of some things possibly happening. And Nancy's pretty much the one that shut it down.
Yeah. So that ought to be interesting when they start digging into that. But anyhow, sorry I missed your show there for a few days, but we're back out here again.
Okay.
Anyhow, everything going all right with you guys?
Yes, sir. Yeah, finally made our trip down, celebrated Christmas with the fam over the weekend there in Chickamauga this time around, since Gail and Monroe moved. But
oh, okay. Good deal. We're going to be down around Flintstone over the weekend. Or not this coming weekend, I'm sorry, March. What the hell? We're going down to Ruby Falls and spend a few days down there in the camper, so I'm going to have to get a hold of Gail and all that.
Yeah.
Coming down.
So
anyhow.
So
that'd be nice.
Ruby Falls, Rock City, you going to ride the incline while you're there?
I think so. Nita wants to go up to Battle Mountain. She says she's never been there, and I heard I think that'd be pretty interesting. I have never been there either, but I guess we're going to check it out.
Okay.
But yeah, more than likely. We're going to have the grandkids, so you could almost expect, the incline and all that crap. So, but anyhow, I just want to let you know, Steve, I'm out here listening, and if you could, I just basically wanted to get that information on that radio show, what channel and all that.
Well, yeah,
is that on XM?
No. It's called TNC, which stands for Truckers News Channel. TNCRadio.live, not .com, but .live. We actually joined that platform Monday morning of this week, so we are on TNCRadio.live right now. It's pretty much kind of what we have with the overnight radio,
great.
overnightdriveradio.com. You can listen there. They've got an app just like we have, so you can download the TNCRadio.live app. But like when we go off at 5 a.m., they've got truck programming 24 hours a day. Understand? So it's a totally truckers channel that you can listen to on your smartphone or your laptop, whatever. So if you've got the Overnight Drive Radio app loaded in, go ahead and load in the TNCRadio.live app. And at 4 o'clock this afternoon,
all right,
I'm going to be doing it's a 1 hour interview with Shelley Johnson, as I mentioned, that she's just going to kind of introduce me to the daytime audience there. And, we'll kind of, tell the daytime listeners about, hey, there's a new program on overnights that was never there before. So,
well, congratulations to you and Chris. That's great. You guys are really coming along. That's good. One more thing here, Steve, and I'm going to get off and let somebody else get on. I just wanted to throw out oh, damn it, brain fart. Dean Michaels, we had a problem, of course, and this dated all the way back to let me get my head right here, 2018. I ended up getting audited, all right, Steve, and like $11,000 they were wanting. Well, we ended up paying that, but Dean's people my hat goes off to. If I got back every bit of it.
Really?
Yes, yeah. Dean is outstanding. He has got a very good staff, and for new truck drivers out here on the road and people that are curious about Dean Michaels, they ain't never heard about him. The man knows his crud. I mean, he does. He's excellent. The guy's good. I can't say nothing more about him. He knows what he's doing. He's a caring person, but anyhow, yeah, I got every bit of it back.
That is a hell of a. Okay, I remember when you were going through that whole audit thing and that they were trying to soak you in. Well, that's great. So Dean Michaels, TaxHelpMD.com, TaxHelpMD, the tax doctor. He's the go-to guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He is excellent. I would not say it if I didn't believe it, but the guy is great. In fact, there was a couple times that I called Demon because I was upset the way the things were, the progress was going. I didn't want to call Dean and bug Dean, so and I called Demon because he knows Dean a lot better than I do, but anyhow, he just said, let them do their thing. Let them do their thing, Paul. I said, all right, buddy. So, everything worked out good, and I highly recommend them. I really do. So, but anyhow, enough of my garbage, Steve, and we're back out here, and I will get that tuned in and maybe drop a line on the phone and 4 o'clock or something, be able to say hi to you again.
All right, tncradio.live. Yeah, check it out. And I'm honestly, I'm not real familiar with what her program's all about. If they take calls and whatnot, have interaction from the drivers, we'll all find out later on this afternoon. All right, late for our final news break here, but final hour just ahead. Jump on in, plenty of room for you. Got an hour to fill. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The GOP discussed the dangers of fentanyl on Tuesday, calling on solutions like securing the border and supporting law enforcement.
House Republicans met on Tuesday to discuss a fentanyl crisis and the need for strong federal regulation to control fentanyl analogs. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik stressing the danger of illegal fentanyl being available on American streets.
This starts by securing our border and empowering our law enforcement officers by ensuring they have the tools they need to keep these lethal drugs off our streets.
Many Republicans argue that stronger border control would prevent the flow of fentanyl across the border. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
U.S. skateboarder and YouTuber Josh Newman was one of 4 people killed when a sightseeing plane crashed into a lake in Iceland after the aircraft disappeared on Thursday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
An Illinois congresswoman is working on a bill to cut federal funding from school districts that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates. Representative Mary Miller spoke to Newsmax.
Well, it's a continuing scene of hypocrisy. In Illinois, we've got a picture of Governor Pritzker with the students without a mask on, and he's forcing these kids to be masked. A judge just ruled that he cannot continue with this in Illinois. I'm vigorously opposed to what they're doing to our students, which is why I propose these recent bills, which will cut off federal funding from schools that are continuing to impose mask and vaccine mandates.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is criticizing his own party. McConnell spoke out about the Republican National Committee's censure of two House GOP lawmakers investigating what he calls the violent insurrection on January 6th. McConnell said it's not the party's job to decide whom to support. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inveterate CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
The U.S. has sent Taiwan $100 million in Patriot missile defense systems.
As tensions between Taiwan and China continue to be front and center, the United States has approved a $100 million support contract with Taiwan, aimed at boosting the island's missile defense systems. The funds would be used to sustain, maintain, and improve Taiwan's Patriot missile defense system. China claims Taiwan to be its own. Taiwan's foreign minister said it highly welcomed the U.S. decision. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Senator Marsha Blackburn sent a letter to the Department of Health and Human Services on Tuesday expressing what she called grave concerns about the department's program that could reportedly use taxpayer money to distribute crack pipes to drug addicts. The Washington Beacon initially reported on the program, noting the department would prioritize applicants in underserved communities as defined under one of President Biden's executive orders. An HHS spokesperson reportedly told the Beacon the grants would fund smoking kits with pipes for users to smoke crystal meth, crack cocaine, and any illicit substances. Jane Campion's Gothic Western, The Power of the Dog, leads all nominees for this year's Oscars. Streaming services dominated Hollywood's top honors. Dune followed closely behind in nominations. The Oscars will be held in Los Angeles on March 27th. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Have a go. Final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Midweek coming on. A little bit earlier, got an email from, I think it was Martin, about the hazmat endorsement. He said, I recently heard if a driver was not currently carrying the hazmat endorsement on his CDL, beginning February 7th, he'd have to go into a truck driving school, take a 40-hour class to be able to get the endorsement now, regardless of their years of experience. Have you heard anything about this? Yeah, what he's referring to is, exactly, it's called the new driver training regulations that indeed kicked in this past Monday. It will kind of cement a federal standard to obtain a commercial driver's license. Yeah, the new rules tightening how truck driving schools teach and train new drivers. This has been in the works for like 7 years. Now, let me try to break down what it says. The revised regulations will not affect current CDL holders unless, as you were just asking, they're looking to upgrade or obtain different commercial driving levels. Yeah, the rules aimed at drivers obtaining their first CDL, upgrading their CDL from Class B to Class A, or obtaining hazmat, passenger, or school bus endorsement. Now, so yes, you will have to go through, and the FMCSA unveiled this also on Monday. You now have to go to, there's a federal register of certified entry-level driver training facilities. So you must use one of those that is on their list. I don't know anything about, you've said like a 40-hour training class. I'm not sure about what the length time-wise for class learning is, but looking at the archive story from Fleet Owner here. Let's see. Unless a carrier conducts in-house CDL training, the new rule does not put the onus on fleets to verify a driver completed training under the new regulations. Carriers are not required to verify a driver's completion of training or keep records of entry-level training in a driver's DQ file. As long as a driver holds a valid CDL, carriers can assume the driver's completed all training requirements. So there they go into the registry once the system is in place, which again it now is. As of Monday, the FMCSA Training Provider Registry will file records of CDL applicants who have completed the new training and the new certification processes. An applicant who obtained a new CDL or commercial learner's permit before Monday, before February 7th, would not be subject to the requirements, with a few exceptions. But yeah, if you do a little Google search on new entry-level driver training, that indeed kicked in on Monday. So if you're looking to upgrade, that will affect you. Good morning to the Rambler.
Well, praise the Lord, and good morning, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. And you mentioned Rock City a while ago. And, I like to go back there and get me one of them birdhouses. But I'm going to tell you now, if Gilligan and myself had to get through the Fat Man Squeeze, we're screwed. We're not going to make it.
Uh-oh.
So that's what we get. Hey, that's what we get for eating Reese's Cups, you know. I love it whenever a Scarecrow calls, And, every time he calls, number one, that song by John Mellencamp goes up in my head, Blood on the Scarecrow, Blood on the Plow. But, his voice, and it dawned on me. I know who he sounds like now. And I went to YouTube, and you don't believe me, next time the Scarecrow calls, go to YouTube or go to Apple Music or Spotify, whatever, pull up Matthew Perry, Foggy Crossing. He sounds just like Matthew Perry, the guy that narrated all the Foggy Crossing jokes. And I know Dave Nemo used to play them back in the day. But I'm not going to be too long on here, guy. I got to meet my relay driver. And I've been catching, it's been spotty all night long for me catching it, not because of interference, because my phone's been blowing up. Company I'm with are running out of parts, the DC-11 Mobile DC. We are rebidding our routes, and we have a lot of drivers. And yes, they feel like they need to call me up. And like, well, you've been there 17 years, Brother Perry, and, you know where every store is at. So we're trying to figure these routes out. So I've been answering phone calls all night long and trying to help a driver, this driver, that driver, try and figure out they can still make a living with. But so we've been doing that. But I know I sent you an email of a story that was locally in my area.
Yes.
I don't know if you ever seen it.
Yes, about the whole
my Lord.
the water bills. I mean, you had people getting water bills for $2,000.
Yes, and steadily, because I lived out there, and I looked at my wife before we moved from Chickasaw. We moved out to Mobile. I said, "This ain't right. Our water bill's not going up." And we found out why. I forget her name. This lady went on a spending spree. She was supposed to be the supervisor of the Pritchard Water Board, and this lady went on a spending spree, buying Louis Vuitton bags. I mean, $5,000 hotels. I mean, just even bought a St. Bernard. It was crazy. I mean, corruption at its best, even at a local level. Goes to show you. That's what the politicians do, Steve. We're like mushrooms. They keep us in the dark and feed us a bunch of bull.
But if I got a $2,000 water bill, obviously I know something's wrong. But so people they're calling like the water company or the water board, whatever it is down there, and they're saying, well, we haven't really read the meter, but we're sending out estimated bills. I'm like that. Well, I guarantee your estimated bill is way, way off here.
Yeah. You see, and I looked at my wife, and I was like, we're getting a bill for like $50-something, and it hadn't changed. And then one month we got a bill that was like $120. I said, well, they're not even reading our meter.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they blamed it on COVID. I just think, I don't know, this corruption at its best, Steve. One quick note before I get off here. I know we've been praying for Mercedes Cantrell, and I can't implore everyone enough to keep Pappy in your prayers and Mercedes Cantrell, his daughter, in your prayers. But there's also another special lady out there. Her name is Cat Mom, and her mother is an 83-year-old tough West Virginian who's very sick and in the hospital. Her name is Pauline Jett. And if you would you just please, y'all say a prayer for Pauline Jett. Just a dear, sweet lady, loves the Lord with all of her heart. And if you get a chance, man, I would love for you just to go and check us out at Determined Ministries Church out there on Facebook. We brought a message, Steve, treat people the way you want to be treated. I got a lot of feedback from that, and the Lord gave a great message. And in this day and age, we need to be treating people the way we want to be treated. And I thank you so much, Steve, for allowing me to come on your platform. It's not about me. I don't want fame or nothing like that. I just want to see at least one person come find us, listen to what the Lord has to say, and make that decision to give their heart to Christ. That's all I care about. And to be able to show the love of Christ. And that's what my father did. That's what I'm doing. And I can't thank you enough, Steve. And before I go, like I said, just go check us out. We go live every Sunday, 7:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. And you know what? You're going to hear one thing from me, and I'll say it till God calls me home. And that is, I love you. And that is the absolute God's honest truth. I don't care who you are, what you look like, how big, tall, short, black, white, brown. I don't care. I love you. And if I can love you, Jesus can love me. If Jesus can love you, I know I can. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you, brother. I love you, my man. I'll see you again, okay?
Thank you, Rambler, and be safe out there, taking care of business. Hey, I see Rick finally jumped on this morning. Rick Friend there in Columbus. We were talking about Columbus a bit earlier with the announcement from Rumpke that's going to be building, was it a $50 million recycling facility there? I think they're saying it's going to be like the largest in North America, if memory serves, from the story I shared earlier. Yeah, so big investment. You've been getting a lot of good investment news from businesses. That story even shared how the announcement from a week or so ago, Intel and their multi-billion-dollar chip manufacturing facility. So sounds like Central Ohio, the Columbus region, growing. So how about that? Hello to Mr. Harris there. Mike. We made it to hump day. That means Friday's just on the horizon. Have a great day, Steve. M-O-O-N. That spells party. M-O-O-N. Hey, that spells Super Bowl. Super Bowl weekend coming up here. Go Bengals. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the story Rambler was talking about the water bills, that was down in Alabama. Pritchard, Alabama. The attorney for the Water Board confirming this week an audit that revealed hundreds of thousands of dollars in questionable spending by the former manager. They've now opened a criminal investigation. So this woman was just having a big old time, charging whatever she wanted, I guess, to the utility company's credit card. Personal expenses. The worst case of public corruption I've ever seen, according to one attorney. They said the board ordered the audit after some questions came up about spending from 2018 to 2021. Questionable expenses. Purchases from Louis Vuitton, Dillard's, Victoria's Secret, first-class airline tickets, high-end hotels in New York, Chicago, Sandusky, and other cities. Subscriptions for services like YouTube Music, Hulu, and Netflix. They're questioning, we don't know how the manager was able to charge these kind of expenses to a corporate credit card for so long with no one ever detecting anything. I mean, like 4 years on a spending spree. But those expenses are now not just the subject of a criminal investigation. An attorney representing some of the waterworks customers has amended the suit to name Nia Bradley as a defendant. The customers claiming they got hit with monthly bills exceeding $2,000 with no justifiable reason. So there's financial mismanagement. That's what they've updated in the suit. The mishandling of the funds by the water board has led to essentially, the sky-high rates compared to usual customers of utilities that are nearby from the same amount of water usage. Inaccurate billing, $2,000, $2,100, $2,300, he said. And when they would call, they'd say, well, we're not reading the meters right now. We're just estimating usage. And people were saying, well, hello, your estimates are way off the charts. So I guess the utility's now saying, well, we've had to hire some extra workers to read all the meters. Somewhere there was a lot of money going out of there. That's why the investigation is underway. But what's going on, Larry? Happy Hump Day.
Good morning. Good morning, Hump Day enthusiasts across the nation. I heard your conversation about the ELDT program. And I will tell you that I saw an email this past week that was pointing out some, they called it CDL mills. And I kind of had some firsthand experience with that down in Florida. There was a lot of folks that went to a particular examination area to get their CDL. A lot of them could not speak English, and a lot of them really didn't know how to do a proper pre-trip, but somehow or another got their CDL. So I had to be suspicious about that situation. Now, having said that, I haven't really been looking forward to this too much, but now that I've got my head around it, it's not such a bad thing. In order to be a training provider, you have to have 2 years experience with a CDL and the level that you're going to train with. So my company has now adopted that, and we are a training provider. We're doing it in-house only. And to your comments before about the level of training or hours, Steve, there's the first part is called theory, and you can easily get some information on this on J.J. Keller's website. I have adopted the J.J. Keller theory training module. Now, there are 34 training modules, so here's what will happen. The student will come into a classroom facility in front of a computer and spend probably 20 hours, 18 to 20 hours behind a computer desk and learning theory. And then they go behind the wheel training. There is no particular amount of hours required for the behind the wheel training. But now, keep in mind, once I put somebody in the behind the wheel training and they go to the examiner and fail, let's say they go and fail 2 or 3 times, that kind of goes against my training ability. When they do an audit, this is in the state of Indiana, and each state is separate. When they do an audit and they see my failure rate is too high, they may pull my ability to do the training. So all in, you don't want to send somebody to the actual examiner until you're pretty confident they'll be able to pass that test. Steve, are you familiar with a company called Mr. P? Based out of Jeffersonville, Indiana?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. P has a very, very qualified training school, and they also have a facility there with, I think there's 3 state-level examiners there. And I've been in contact with them guys since I've been here. But to give you an idea of the topics, a person that's doing this training does not have to accept, let's say, J.J. Keller's. They can write their own curriculum. It's almost reinventing the wheel to some point, but because it's already there for you in a standard package. Of course, you got to pay for it through J.J. Keller, but I think it's very cost effective unless you already have the basis of a curriculum yourself. So again, the topics are the things in the theory you have to address, such as on-duty hours, and there's even one about whistleblowers. You have to train somebody what the Whistleblower Act stands for. It's a requirement. hours of service is obviously a requirement, and different things that are really relevant to safe driving of a commercial motor vehicle. I think I can send you a list, Steve, of the topics. Yeah, it's gonna. At first, I was not in favor of it at all, but now that I see what it takes to comply as a company, it's not that difficult.
So,
now, on the other hand, if you go ahead,
and it's all in the name of trying to improve safety, especially with the new, making sure you're not throwing someone out there that has no. I guess we could use that Wyoming crash with the youngster that was not familiar with mountain driving that ended up killing 4 people. Yeah, you don't want people that don't know what they're doing out there.
Oh, exactly. And then, training on a regional basis, I think is important. However, I'll give you a case in point. I'm going to use my garbage truck drivers as my base. If I took a guy out of the Appalachian Mountains and I put him in Cleveland, Ohio, it'd probably last about 3 days before he said, "Uncle, get me back to the hills." At the same token, if I took somebody from Cleveland, Ohio, and put him in the Appalachian region, about 3 days, that Cleveland driver driving on a road that has a 250-foot sheer cliff with no berm, that guy's butt's going to pucker and say, "Take me home."
Mm-hmm.
At the same token, if I send somebody from Appalachian region to Cleveland, and oh, by the way, son, you got to pull your mirrors in when you go down this alley because there's buildings on both sides, and they're going to freak out. So regional training is just as important as anything that's going to be in theory or in practical behind the wheel program. So, but you're right. The whole goal is to create, a safer driver, and the requirement of the theory is the biggest change. So before, you could get your CDL by going and getting a permit, learner's permit, and then spending, X number of days behind the wheel, and then actually going to take your exam. From the time that you got your learner's permit until the time that you took your exam, there was no real benchmark of required training during that interval. And I will submit that there were a lot of schools that taught you how to check the box. Same thing with teen drivers. And I did a campaign in Colerain Township area after the 2 kids were killed in 2008 to reach out to the driving schools, and I saw some were a lot better than others and tracking success of their teen drivers after they got their license. And the ones that did that, like say if I had a teenager that was going to go through a driving school, I would want to know what their recidivism is for young drivers having accidents between the time they passed their test and the time they were, say, 18 years old or 20. Because those schools that track that give a crap. They cared.
So should be a good thing, all said and done then. Well, Larry, I'm up to my bottom of the hour news break, tad bit behind, but I thank you for chiming in. Good breakdown. That helps out. I think Martin earlier was asking about, so that kind of breaks down if you're looking to get your hazmat endorsement kind of thing. Yeah, should have got it before February the 7th, but here we are, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel defended the organization's censure of GOP Representatives Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney. In an op-ed piece, McDaniel called out the media for what she called shameful and false coverage of the move. She also said Kinzinger and Cheney were, quote, handpicked by Nancy Pelosi to sit on the committee that exceeded its original purpose and morphed into investigating Republicans for the apparent offense of being Republican. The state of New York will repeal its indoor mask mandate on Wednesday as the number of infections has decreased. It's still unclear whether the governor will renew or drop the school mask mandate, which is set to expire in 2 weeks. Other states that also have Democratic governors, like New Jersey and California, have announced similar decisions this week. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay. It was top story in the top of the hour news update. Heard they were discussing the drug epidemic in this country as the fentanyl continues to stream across that southern border. Yeah, I guess by the tons. I don't know. It's just astounding numbers. Now, just last evening, we shared the National Border Patrol Council sharing the numbers, testimony before the House committee a week or so ago, where they said they're probably not even we're not even catching 5%, which my quick math translates to you're telling us 95% of the drugs are actually getting through right now. It's exactly what he said. So just this past day, the bipartisan congressional report shows that the ongoing opioid epidemic is costing this country about $1 trillion. That's with a T, trillion, every year. It is a threat to national security and global competitiveness. It was the Commission on Combating Synthetic Opioid Trafficking, the panel headed by Representative David Throne and Senator Tom Cotton, released their final report on the cost of the opioid crisis and possible tactics that could be used to combat it, which I would say, well, first and foremost, would be securing the blasted border. They said in the United States from 2014, synthetic opioids have been the driver of overdose deaths. In April of 21, the number of total overdose deaths surpassed 100,000 from the preceding 12-month period. Mitigating the threats of this is a challenge because the solutions are at the intersection of numerous national interests: Homeland Security, law enforcement, intelligence, the legal system, and other areas related to public health and the demand for drugs. The report also noted drug overdose deaths do more than cause obviously tragic, unnecessary deaths. They harm the national economy. In 2018, according to the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the cost of overdose fatalities was $696 billion. Now, despite being roughly 2/3 of annual overdose deaths today, it's obviously then reasonable to estimate that overdoses are now costing the United States approximately $1 trillion per year. Since 1999, we've lost more than 1 million Americans to overdose. That is 1 million moms, dads, daughters, sons lost because our response to the epidemic has failed. It's time to come together. Now, have we ever heard this before? This war on drugs, I'm going back pre-Nancy Reagan days. Hasn't it been going on for our entire life? But he shared some astonishing numbers. Cotton says 274 Americans die every day from drug overdoses. That means someone is dying every 5 minutes, every day. And it gets worse. We have to destroy the cartels and the drug trafficking networks that are flooding our streets with these poisons. Yeah, good first step there, folks. I'm thinking, how about securing the border there? Just an idea. All right, back to the calls here. Rubber Duck, good morning.
Weren't we starting to build bricks, throw bricks down and build a wall to stop that? I don't know.
Yep.
And then the other one was tonight on the news, and I'm sorry to get off topic, and good evening, love you, brother, was if we throw all this government money out, it's going to create inflation. And some guy that was, I guess he was the former Treasury Secretary. Well, we were warned about it, but yet you still did it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, did you get to watch any more of the racing that you were, or the highlights or anything? Anything to pique your interest, or are you just kind of moving on and waiting for Daytona?
I hadn't got like I said, it's on the DVR. Someone asked earlier, it's on the DVR. I'm yet to get around to it. Haven't watched any.
It's on the list, huh?
Yep.
So you were talking the training. There was an article up here in one of the newspapers, and it wasn't it might have been the Chicago Tribune. I don't read it, but it might have come across through Facebook. And it was how Big Brown was having a problem with their trainers having 2 years of road experience, because the wording in the first beginning of the new rule was recent. Like, if you're going to train within the last 2 years, you had to be on the road. You couldn't be training for the last 20 years on a range and not have any road experience and be able to train somebody. And that was kind of a bunch of bull hockey, because the last caller, and I'm sorry, I forgot his name, he's 100% on the regional training. I worked for one of the biggest car hauler companies in the country, and we were growing, and we were bringing people on with us, but they were from Wisconsin and Illinois, and they could run regionally out of the railhead there, but if they wanted to go into the system and run the road, they had to go second seat and ride as a co-driver and go do the mountains. For 2 loads, we had to go east to west, and then they would turn them loose. They would certify them. Hopefully it would be in the wintertime. Usually it was in the summertime. We threw chains once. Thank God, that's all we ever had to do. But that the more of the on the job training was how I was trained. There was no school for what I did.
Okay.
You can drive a stick? Yep. Okay. We started in the smallest little tow truck we had. I rode with somebody. He showed me where to hook the chains on the cars. And, when we went from the slings to the rollbacks, they showed me that. When we went from one car to being able to do 2, they showed us how to do that. And there was never no school. It was trial and error. But the key thing was, the first person that ever had me ride with them, drive safe. You don't want to kill anybody.
Exactly.
That was in 1984. It's not changed. I get up every day. I don't want to kill anybody. I want to come home. I want to play with the dogs. That's all I want to do.
Sure.
And I want to get up and pester Steve on the all-night drive in the middle of the night.
That works.
That's worked. So, but the training it needed to be revamped, because it's dangerous. You've seen it. You've seen all the dash camera videos. You've seen all the jokes, everything over the last 15 years. It's gotten worse. Honestly, in 15 years, this industry has it's gotten unsafer, because we've gotten probably 25% more volume in trucks, if not more. And they were fast-tracked into the industry. Slow down, smell the roses, and listen to the all-night drive every night. That's all we got to do.
All
and
right.
I'm out of here, Steve.
Thank
God
you,
bless
Rubber
you.
Duck. Thank you. Good to hear from you. It is 844-844-3388. Haven't heard from the inbred redneck in a few days, but I just would have a question. He's our resident crypto expert. And all I continue to hear is that this cryptocurrency, this technology is is so secure. You hear the whole, it's blockchain technology, this and that. You've heard it, right? The FBI, this announcement this past day, the FBI arresting a husband and wife Tuesday morning, alleging they conspired to launder cryptocurrency stolen from a 2016 hack of virtual currency exchange Bitfinex. Law enforcement has already seized over $3.6 billion in cryptocurrency tied to that hack. This represents the Justice Department's largest ever financial seizure, according to the deputy attorney, adding in a statement, it shows cryptocurrency is not a safe haven for criminals. So you go back 2016, that this hack, one of the largest ever recorded, so massive that news of that theft knocked 20% off of Bitcoin's value at that time. 34-year-old Dutch was the name, Liechtenstein, and his wife, Heather Morgan, from Manhattan, scheduled to make their first appearance in federal court this past afternoon. Now, the pair's accused of conspiring to launder 119,754 Bitcoin that was stolen after a hacker attacked Bitfinex and initiated more than 2,000 unauthorized transactions. See, I'm kind of confused. I thought this wasn't supposed to be able to happen. Justice Department officials said the transactions at the time were valued at $71 million in Bitcoin. But of course, the rise in the value of Bitcoin would now have it valued at over $4.5 billion. As the complaint alleges, the FBI and federal prosecutors were able to trace the movement of Bitcoin from this hack. Again, I thought that was the premise of the Bitcoin. Everything is anonymous. There's more to it than we're being told, apparently. They were able to track the movement. Okay, we're winding things down. Head back at it here into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, couple of final notes here. What do we see? Here's Congress doing what they do the best, kicking the can down the road once again. As this past day, the House approved legislation to fund the federal government through March the 11th and avoid a shutdown of many of Washington's operations when the existing money expires at the midnight hour, February the 18th. Like 9 days away. On a vote of 272 to 162 to approve this stopgap measure that will give the Democratic and Republican negotiators in the House and Senate an additional 3 weeks. They're now telling us to work out a deal on a full-year funding bill. Scratching my head thinking here, all right, and the government, does not the fiscal year run from like October to October? We're already into February. Now we're talking March. We haven't even come up with the funding bill yet. This is the third extension since the start of there you go. There's the answer, fiscal year that started October 1. We keep kicking the can down the road. That's ineffective government that just can't seem to get anything accomplished. All right, meanwhile, coming up here just ahead for our listening friends via tncradio.live. If you're tuned in, immediately following our program this morning, catch last night's encore of Tail Lights with Ice Road trucker Alex Degorski. After which it's Shelley and Kathy with Women Road Warriors on tncradio.live. And check us out later on this afternoon, 4 o'clock to 5 Eastern Time. So what's that, 3 to 4 Central Time, where TNC Radio is home based there, I think in Texas. I'll be on with Shelley Johnson, having a little chat, introducing the Overnight Drive programming to the audience there. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour tonight, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.